was 23 years old when I learned that the human brain is capable of lying to itself for hours to preserve its own sanity. It was the middle of a brutal February in a small town in upstate New York, where the wind does not just blow, but seems to bite through the very siding of the house. I had recently graduated from college and taken a job as a remote data analyst, which allowed me to rent a cheap and drafty farmhouse on the edge of a vast stretch of state forest. The nearest neighbor was over a mile down a gravel road that rarely saw a snowplow. I chose that place because I wanted the silence. I wanted to be alone with my thoughts and my work. I did not realize then that being truly alone is a fragile state that can be shattered by a single shadow. The house was an old colonial-style building with floorboards that groaned under the weight of a house cat and windows that rattled in their frames whenever the temperature dropped. My bedroom was on the second floor at the end of a long and narrow hallway. It was a large room, but it felt cramped because of the heavy oak furniture the landlord had left behind. My bed faced the doorway, which I always kept open because the radiator in the hall was the only reliable source of heat for that side of the house. I had a routine that rarely changed. I would work until 10 o'clock in the evening, then read for an hour before turning off the bedside lamp. That night the moon was full, and the reflection off the fresh snow outside made the world look like it was bathed in a cold and clinical white light. It was roughly 11:30 when I finally clicked the switch on my lamp. The room did not go completely dark. Instead, it was filled with a thick and grainy gray twilight. The light from the hallway radiator cast a pale yellow rectangle across the floorboards near the door, but the corners of the room remained swallowed in gloom. I pulled the heavy wool blankets up to my chin and closed my eyes, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling. The wood expanded and contracted with the cold, and the wind hissed against the glass. I was drifting on the edge of sleep when I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. It was not a sound or a movement, but a change in the pressure of the air. It felt as though the room had suddenly become much smaller. My eyes snapped open, and I looked toward the foot of my bed. At first I saw nothing but the familiar shapes of my dresser and the high-backed wooden chair I used for my desk. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed something that did not belong. In the corner of the room to the left of the doorway, there was a shape. It was taller than the dresser and thinner than the wardrobe. It was a silhouette that was darker than the shadows around it. It stood perfectly still. I felt a cold prickle of sweat break out along my hairline. I told myself it was just my coat hanging on the back of the door, or perhaps the way the moonlight was hitting the corner of the room. I blinked several times and rubbed my eyes, but the shape remained. It was the height of a tall man, but it was impossibly narrow. It did not have any features that I could see. No face and no eyes and no clothes. Just a flat and matte black void standing against the wall. I did not move. I did not even breathe for several seconds. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I waited for it to move or for my eyes to finally make sense of the visual trick. I stared at it until my vision began to swim and the edges of the shape seemed to vibrate. I told myself that if I just closed my eyes and counted to 10, it would be gone when I opened them. I counted slowly and carefully. 1, 2, 3. I reached 10 and forced my eyelids open. The figure was still there. It had not moved an inch. It was standing in the exact same spot, positioned between the closet and the door. It was not a coat. I remembered then that I had left my coat in the mudroom downstairs. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. I tried to think of another logical explanation. Maybe it was a shadow cast by the trees outside. I looked toward the window, but the trees were bare and the moonlight was steady. There was nothing outside that could create a solid and unmoving pillar of darkness in that specific corner. The silence in the house became deafening. The wind had died down and the rattling of the windows had stopped. The only sound was the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the kitchen downstairs and the sound of my own shallow breathing. I found myself trapped in a state of paralysis. I was too terrified to reach for the lamp on my nightstand because that would require me to move my arm, and the thought of making any noise felt like a death sentence. I was convinced that if I acknowledged the presence of the thing, it would react. As long as I stayed still, and as long as I pretended I was asleep, maybe it would stay still too. An hour passed. I know this because the clock in the hall struck midnight. The chimes were muffled, but they felt like hammer blows in the quiet room. The figure did not flinch. It did not shift its weight. It just stood there watching me from the darkness. I started to wonder if I was having a waking dream or an episode of sleep paralysis. I had read about people seeing shadow figures during such episodes. But I could move my fingers and I could feel the texture of the blanket against my skin. I was fully awake and fully aware. The cold in the room began to deepen. It was a different kind of cold than the winter air outside. It was a heavy and cloying chill that seemed to radiate from the corner where the figure stood. My breath began to mist in the air in front of my face. I watched the small white clouds of my own respiration, and I noticed something that made my stomach turn. There was no mist coming from the corner of the room. If there was a person standing there, they were not breathing. Or at least they were not breathing out any warmth. I spent the next 2 hours in a state of absolute hypervigilance. Every few minutes I would try to convince myself that I was overreacting. I would tell myself that I was a rational adult who did not believe in ghosts or monsters. I would try to find a new angle of light that would reveal the figure to be nothing more than a trick of the mind. But the more I looked, the more real it became. I could see the outline of what looked like long and spindly fingers hanging at its sides. I could see the slight tilt of what might have been a head. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the strain of staring was starting to take a toll on me. My eyes were burning and dry, but I refused to look away for more than a second. I started to feel a sense of profound indignation. This was my home. This was my room. I had worked hard to pay for this piece, and now something was standing in the corner and stealing it from me. The fear began to mix with a desperate kind of anger. I wanted to scream at it. I wanted to throw my lamp at it and demand to know who it was and what it wanted. But I did nothing. I stayed buried under my blankets and watched the dark shape. It felt as though we were locked in a stalemate. It was waiting for me to break, and I was waiting for the sun to come up. I began to calculate how many hours were left until dawn. 4 hours, maybe 5. It felt like an eternity. The figure seemed to grow slightly taller as the night went on, or perhaps it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the exhausting dark. At 3:15 in the morning, I heard a sound that broke the silence. It was not coming from the figure. It was coming from downstairs. It was the sound of the back door clicking shut. It was a distinct and mechanical noise that I recognized instantly because the door had a faulty latch that required a specific force to close. My heart stopped. If someone was downstairs, then what was standing in my room? The thought that there might be more than one of them was almost too much to bear. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I strained my ears to hear footsteps on the stairs, but there was nothing. The house was silent again. I looked back at the figure in the corner. For the first time, I noticed a slight change. It was no longer facing the bed directly. Its head was tilted toward the doorway as if it were listening to the sounds from the first floor, just like I was. The realization that the thing in my room was reacting to something else in the house was terrifying in a whole new way. I was no longer just a witness to a shadow. I was caught in the middle of something I did not understand. I gripped the edge of my mattress until my knuckles turned white. I had to do something. I could not stay in this bed until morning while people or things moved through my house. I slowly began to slide my hand toward the nightstand. I moved a fraction of an inch at a time. I was terrified that any sudden movement would draw the attention of the shadow back to me. My fingers brushed the cold base of the lamp. I wrapped my hand around it and felt the small plastic switch. I took a deep breath and held it. On the count of 3, I would turn on the light. I would stand up and I would run for the door. I did not care about my phone or my keys or my shoes. I just wanted to get out of that room. 1, 2. Just as I was about to click the switch, the figure in the corner moved. It did not walk and it did not lunge. It simply leaned forward into the pale yellow light coming from the hallway. For the first time I saw its face. It was not a face at all. It was a smooth and featureless surface of gray skin stretched tight over a skull with no eyes and no nose and no mouth. It was a blank canvas of a human head. I froze. The lamp switch remained unclicked. The thing stayed leaning into the light for a heartbeat, and then it slowly retracted back into the deep shadow of the corner. It was as if it were teasing me. It was showing me that it was real and that it was not afraid of being seen. The sheer wrongness of what I had seen shattered the last of my composure. I let go of the lamp and pulled my hand back under the covers. I started to shake uncontrollably. I realized then that I was not the one in control of this situation. The thing in the corner was allowing me to stay in that bed. It was allowing me to watch it. It had been standing there for hours because it wanted to be seen. It was feeding on the dread that was radiating off of me. I closed my eyes and began to pray. I am not a religious person, but in that moment I had nowhere else to turn. I squeezed my eyes shut so tight that I saw spots of light behind my lids. I promised myself that I would not open them again until I felt the warmth of the sun on my face. The hours that followed were a blur of terror and exhaustion. I drifted in and out of a fitful and shallow sleep, but every time I opened my eyes, even a crack, I could see the dark pillar still standing there. It never left. It never sat down. It just watched. The sun finally began to rise around 6:30. The gray twilight of the room began to turn into a soft and hazy blue. The shadows began to retreat. I waited until the room was bright enough to see the wood grain on the floorboards before I dared to look at the corner again. It was empty. The figure was gone. There was nothing there but the baseboard and the faded wallpaper. I sat up and looked around the room. Everything was exactly as I had left it. My dresser was untouched and my chair was in its place. I climbed out of bed and my legs felt like lead. I walked over to the corner where the thing had stood. I looked down at the floor. In the thick layer of dust that had accumulated near the baseboard, there were two distinct indentations. They were shaped like long and narrow feet. They were not the shape of shoes or boots. They were bare, and they were deep, as if something very heavy had been standing there for a very long time. I backed away from the corner and ran out of the room. I did not stop until I was outside in the freezing morning air. I did not have a coat, and I was wearing only my pajamas, but I did not care. I scrambled into my car and fumbled with the keys. I looked back at the house as I backed down the driveway. The window to my bedroom was dark and reflected the morning sky. I thought I saw a flash of something white behind the glass, but I did not stay to find out what it was. I drove until I reached a diner 10 miles away, and I sat there in a booth until the sun was high in the sky. I knew I could never go back to that house alone. I knew that whatever had been standing in my room had not left. It was just waiting for the dark to return. The diner smelled of burnt coffee and maple syrup, but the scents felt distant and artificial, as if I were experiencing them through a thick pane of glass. I sat in a corner booth with my hands wrapped around a ceramic mug. The heat was the only thing that felt real. My fingers were still trembling, and the skin of my palms was raw where I had gripped the steering wheel too hard. Every time the bell above the door chimed to signal a new customer, I jumped. I watched the door with a frantic intensity because I could not shake the feeling that the gray thing might have followed me. I knew it was impossible. I knew that things of the shadow belonged to the shadows. Yet the memory of those bare foot-shaped indentations in the dust kept playing on a loop in my mind. I checked my reflection in the side of the metal napkin dispenser. My face was pale, and my eyes were bloodshot from the lack of sleep. I looked like a man who had lost his grip on reality. I tried to tell myself that I was suffering from a breakdown. Perhaps the isolation of the farmhouse and the stress of my first professional job had finally snapped something in my psyche. I wanted to believe that more than anything. I wanted to believe I was sick because sickness could be treated. Sickness could be explained. What I had seen in that corner could not be explained by any logic I possessed. The waitress came by to refill my coffee, and I flinched when she reached for my cup. She gave me a concerned look and asked if I was all right. I nodded quickly and stared down at the table. I could not tell her. I could not tell anyone. If I spoke the words out loud, they would become concrete. As long as the secret stayed inside my head, I could still pretend it was a hallucination. I stayed in that diner for 3 hours. I watched the locals come and go. I watched a group of road workers eat heavy breakfasts and laugh about the weather. Their normalcy was offensive to me. How could the world be so mundane and loud while that silent void was still sitting in my bedroom? Eventually, the adrenaline began to fade and a crushing exhaustion took its place. I knew I could not stay in the diner forever. I had left my laptop and all my work files at the house. I had left my wallet on the dresser. I had left my life behind in a panicked flight. I needed to go back, but the thought of crossing that threshold made my stomach curl. I decided I would only go back during the brightest part of the day. I would go back while the sun was high and the shadows were short. I would pack a bag and I would find a hotel in the next town over. I would never spend another night in that colonial cage. The drive back to the gravel road was the longest 10 miles of my life. The winter sun was bright, but it provided no warmth. The snow on the trees looked like white burial shrouds. As I turned onto the long driveway, I kept my eyes fixed on the house. It looked peaceful. The old wood siding was silver in the light, and the windows reflected the blue sky. There was no sign of the entity. There was no sign that anyone or anything had ever stepped inside. I parked the car, but I did not turn off the engine. I wanted a quick escape if I needed it. I stepped onto the porch and the wood groaned under my boots. The sound echoed in the stillness. I reached for the door handle and hesitated. I remembered the sound of the back door clicking shut at 3:15 in the morning. I checked the lock. It was still engaged. I used my spare key and pushed the door open slowly. The air inside the house was stagnant and freezing. The radiator in the hall was clanking and hissing, but the heat did not seem to reach the entryway. I stood in the mudroom for a long time listening. The house was silent. I walked into the kitchen first. I needed to see the back door. I needed to know if it had really been opened. I walked across the linoleum and stopped at the heavy wooden door that led to the small porch. The latch was in place, but I noticed something on the floor. There was a small puddle of melted snow. It was not a large amount of water, but it was fresh. Someone or something had entered through this door while I was upstairs. I looked at the lock and realized it was not broken. Whoever had come in had a key, or they did not need one. I felt the familiar prickle of fear returning. I forced myself to walk toward the stairs. I needed my belongings. I needed to reclaim my space, even if it was just for a few minutes. I climbed the steps one by one. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a scream. When I reached the top of the stairs, I looked down the long, narrow hallway toward my bedroom. The door was still open just as I had left it. The yellow light from the radiator was gone, replaced by the harsh white glare of the afternoon sun streaming through the bedroom windows. I entered the room and headed straight for the dresser. I did not look at the corner. I kept my gaze fixed on my wallet and my keys. I grabbed them and shoved them into my pockets. Then I moved to the closet to grab a suitcase. As I reached for the handle, I caught a scent. It was faint but unmistakable. It smelled like wet earth and old copper. It was the smell of a basement that had been sealed for 50 years. It was coming from the corner. Against my better judgment, I turned my head. The corner was empty, of course. The sun was hitting the wall directly now, showing every crack in the plaster and every stain on the wallpaper. But the indentations in the dust were still there. They were deeper than I remembered. They were not just marks in the dust. They were pressed into the wood itself, as if the weight of the figure had been immense. I leaned down to look closer and I saw something else. Between the 2 footmarks there was a small object. It was a silver locket on a tarnished chain. I had never seen it before. It did not belong to me, and it certainly did not belong to the landlord, who was an elderly bachelor with no interest in jewelry. I reached out and picked it up. The metal was ice cold. I pressed the small tab on the side and the locket clicked open. Inside there was no photograph. Instead, there was a small piece of yellowed paper with a single word written in dark ink. The word was Watcher. I dropped the locket as if it had burned me. It hit the floor with a dull thud. My heart was racing again. The figure had not just been a passive observer. It had left something behind. It had acknowledged my presence in a way that felt like a claim. I grabbed my suitcase and began throwing clothes into it at random. I did not care if they were clean or if they were folded. I just wanted to fill the bag and leave. I was zipping the suitcase when I heard a sound from the hallway. It was a soft, dragging noise. It sounded like a heavy sack of grain being pulled across the floorboards. It was coming from the direction of the stairs. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The dragging sound stopped right outside my door. I waited for the gray, featureless face to peer around the frame. I waited for the spindly fingers to grip the wood. Nothing happened. The silence returned heavier than before. I counted to 30 before I dared to move. I picked up my suitcase and my laptop bag and I walked to the doorway. I looked out into the hall. It was empty. The stairs were clear. But as I walked toward the landing, I saw a trail in the light layer of dust that covered the hallway floor. Something had been dragged from the spare bedroom at the other end of the hall down toward the stairs. I followed the trail with my eyes. It led to the top of the staircase and disappeared into the shadows of the first floor. I did not want to go down there. I wanted to jump out of the window and run across the snow. But I was on the second floor and the ground was frozen hard. I had to use the stairs. I gripped the railing so hard my hand ached. I descended slowly, my eyes scanning the living room and the kitchen below. When I reached the bottom, I saw what had made the noise. My heavy winter coat, which I had left in the mudroom, was lying in the middle of the living room floor. It had been shredded. The thick wool was torn into long strips, and the down insulation was scattered across the rug like a morbid version of the snow outside. It looked as though an animal had attacked it, but there were no claw marks. The fabric had been pulled apart by something with incredible strength. I did not stop to investigate. I ran for the front door and burst out into the cold air. I threw my bags into the back seat of the car and slammed the door. I backed out of the driveway so fast that the tires spun in the gravel, throwing ice and dirt into the air. I did not look back at the house until I reached the end of the road. When I finally glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw a figure standing on the porch. It was not the tall, thin shadow from my bedroom. It was a woman. She was wearing a long, dark dress that looked out of place in the modern world. She was standing perfectly still, her hands folded in front of her. She was watching me. Even from that distance, I could see that her face was pale and her hair was a shock of white against the dark wood of the house. I did not recognize her. She was not the landlord, and she was not anyone I had seen in town. I drove until I reached the highway, and I did not stop until I was 30 miles away. I found a chain hotel next to a gas station and checked in under a false name. I did not know why I did it. I just felt that if I used my real name, the thing in the house would find me. I spent the afternoon sitting on the edge of the bed staring at the wall. The sun began to set, and the sky turned a bruised purple. I realized that the darkness was coming back and I was still alone. I took the silver locket out of my pocket. I did not remember picking it up, but there it was sitting in the palm of my hand. I must have grabbed it in my panic. I stared at the word written on the scrap of paper. Watcher. Who was the watcher? Was it the shadow in the corner, or was it the woman on the porch? Or was it me? I felt as though I had been drawn into a play where I did not know the script. I tried to call my parents, but the line was busy. I tried to call my best friend from college, but he did not answer. I felt a sense of isolation that was more profound than the physical solitude of the farmhouse. It was as if the experience had severed my connection to the rest of humanity. I was no longer a part of the world where people went to work and ate breakfast and slept soundly in their beds. I was a part of the world where shadows had weight, and houses had secrets that could shred a man's coat. I turned on every light in the hotel room. I turned on the television to a news channel and cranked the volume. I needed the noise to drown out the memory of the silence. I fell asleep in the chair because I could not bring myself to lie down on the bed. I dreamed of the farmhouse. In my dream, I was back in the corner of the bedroom. I was the one standing in the dark watching myself sleep. I could see the rise and fall of my own chest. I could hear the frantic beating of my own heart. I felt a hunger that was not for food, but for the fear that was radiating off the sleeping figure. I woke up screaming. The hotel room was bright, but the television had gone to static. The white noise filled the room with a rhythmic hissing. I looked at the clock on the bedside table. It was 3:15 in the morning, the exact time the back door had closed, the exact time the dragging sound had started. I looked at the corner of the hotel room. There was nothing there, but the air in the room had turned cold. I could see my breath misting in the light of the lamps. I pulled my knees up to my chest and began to sob. I was a 23-year-old man, and I was weeping like a child. I was terrified because I realized that leaving the house had not been enough. The house was just a shell. Whatever was inside, it had found a way to bridge the gap. I stayed in that hotel for 3 days. I did not go outside. I ordered food to the room, and I left the money outside the door so I did not have to face the delivery person. I spent my time researching the history of the town and the farmhouse. I used my laptop to dig through digital archives and old newspaper clippings. I found nothing about the house itself, but I found plenty about the land it was built on. The state forest that bordered the property had once been the site of a small settlement in the early 1800s. The settlement had been abandoned after a series of disappearances that the local authorities could never explain. People would simply vanish from their homes in the middle of the night. There were no signs of struggle and no tracks in the snow. The doors would be locked from the inside, and the fires would still be burning in the hearths, but the inhabitants would be gone. One article mentioned a woman named Eliza who had been the last person to leave the settlement. She had claimed that the woods were home to things that had no names. She said that the shadows had grown tired of being ignored and had started to take what they felt was theirs. Eliza had been found dead a year later in a house that sounded remarkably like the one I had rented. She had died of exhaustion because she had refused to close her eyes for 7 days. I read the words over and over. She had refused to close her eyes. I looked in the mirror and saw the dark circles under my own. I was following in her footsteps. I was becoming a part of the history of the land. I realized that the woman I had seen on the porch might have been Eliza, or she might have been another victim, another watcher left behind to guard the threshold. On the 4th day, I received a phone call. It was my landlord. His voice sounded thin and buzzy over the line. He asked me why I had left the house in such a state. He said he had gone by to check on the pipes because of the cold snap and had found the front door wide open and my belongings scattered. I tried to explain, but the words felt like ash in my mouth. I told him I had an emergency and had to leave. He was silent for a moment. Then he asked me a question that made my blood run cold. He asked me who the guest was. I asked him what he meant. He said that when he was in the house, he had heard someone moving around on the 2nd floor. He had called out, but no one had answered. Then he had seen someone standing at the top of the stairs. He said it looked like a tall man, but the light was bad and he could not be sure. I told him to get out of the house immediately. I told him not to go back there. He laughed a dry, rattling laugh and said he had lived in that town for 70 years and was not afraid of a few old floorboards. He hung up before I could warn him again. I sat in the hotel room and felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I had left him alone with the thing in the corner. I had run away and left the door open for the shadow to find a new target. I knew then that I had to go back. I could not live the rest of my life in a hotel room waiting for the 3:15 alarm to go off in my soul. I had to face the house. I had to find out what the locket meant and why the watcher had chosen me. I packed my bag and checked out of the hotel. The clerk looked at me with pity as I handed over the key. I probably looked like a man on his way to a funeral. The drive back was different this time. The sun was setting and the shadows were long and jagged. The forest seemed to lean in toward the road as if it were trying to swallow the asphalt. I reached the gravel road and saw that the snow had started to fall again. The flakes were large and heavy, turning the world into a blur of white and gray. As I approached the house, I saw that the lights were on. Every window was glowing with a warm orange light. It looked inviting and cozy, like a home in a Christmas card. But I knew better. I knew that the light was a trap. I parked the car and took a deep breath. I reached into my pocket and gripped the silver locket. It felt warmer now, as if it were reacting to the proximity of its home. I stepped onto the porch. The woman in the dark dress was gone. The door was closed. I reached for the handle and found that it was unlocked. I stepped inside and the heat hit me like a physical blow. The house was sweltering. The radiators were screaming and the air was thick with the smell of old copper and wet earth. I called out the landlord's name. There was no answer. I walked into the living room and saw that my coat had been moved. The shredded strips of wool had been arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the rug. In the middle of the circle sat the high-backed wooden chair from my bedroom. Sitting in the chair was the landlord. He was staring straight ahead, his eyes wide and fixed. He did not blink when I walked into the room. He did not move when I said his name again. I walked closer and saw that his skin had turned a dull matte gray. His features seemed to be fading, as if they were being rubbed away by an invisible hand. I reached out to touch his shoulder, but my hand stopped inches away. I could feel the cold radiating from him. It was the same cold that had come from the corner of my bedroom. He was not dead, not yet, but he was being hollowed out. He was being turned into a vessel for the shadow. I looked up at the ceiling and heard the sound of footsteps. They were heavy and deliberate. They were coming from my bedroom. I knew that the stalemate was over. The watcher was no longer content to stay in the corner. It was coming down to meet me. I stood in the circle of shredded wool and waited. I had no weapon and no plan. I only had the locket and the truth that I was no longer alone. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. I watched the shadows on the wall as they shifted and stretched. A long, spindly hand appeared on the railing. It was followed by another. The thing began to descend. It moved with a jerky, unnatural motion, as if its limbs were not quite attached to its body. It was taller than it had been before. It was wider. It was becoming more solid with every step it took. The featureless face was turned toward me, and even though it had no eyes, I could feel its gaze. It was a gaze of absolute hunger. I held up the locket. My voice was a whisper, but it sounded like a shout in the overheated room. I asked it what it wanted. The thing stopped on the middle step. It tilted its head to the side. A sound began to emanate from its chest. It was not a voice. It was the sound of 1,000 dry leaves skittering across a stone floor. It was laughing at me. I realized then that the word in the locket was not a title. It was a command. The watcher was not the thing in the corner. The watcher was me. My job was to witness the transformation. My job was to provide the fear that allowed it to cross over. I had not been a victim. I had been an anchor. The landlord let out a long, rattling sigh, and his body slumped forward. The gray color from his skin seemed to flow out of him and into the air around the figure on the stairs. The shadow grew darker and more defined. I could see the outline of muscles and the texture of skin. It was building itself out of the life that was left in the house. I turned and ran for the back door. I did not care about the landlord or my belongings. I just wanted to break the connection. I burst into the kitchen and grabbed the handle of the back door. It would not budge. I pulled with all my strength, but it was as if the door had been welded shut. I looked through the glass pane of the door and saw the woman in the dark dress. She was standing on the porch, her face pressed against the glass. Her eyes were not eyes at all. They were black holes in her head. She raised a hand and pointed at me. "You cannot leave," she whispered. The sound came from inside my own head. "You have already seen too much." I backed away from the door and felt the heat of the kitchen stove against my back. I was trapped. The thing from the stairs was walking into the kitchen now. It was no longer a shadow. It was a man made of charcoal and cold. It reached out a hand, and I felt the air being sucked out of my lungs. The world began to fade to gray. The orange light of the house turned to the grainy twilight of the bedroom. I felt myself becoming thin. I felt my features beginning to blur. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were turning the color of ash. I am the watcher now, I thought as the darkness finally took me. I am the shadow in the corner. I am the silence in the hall. And I am waiting for the next person to move into the drafty farmhouse on the edge of the woods. I am waiting for them to turn off the light. The transition into the gray was not a sudden snap, but a slow and agonizing erosion of my own weight. I felt the floor beneath my feet lose its solidity until I was no longer standing on the wood, but hovering just above it like a pocket of cold air. The kitchen began to stretch and warp. The stove and the table became distant and distorted, as if I were looking at them through a thick layer of ice. I tried to scream, but there was no air in my lungs to vibrate the vocal cords. I had no vocal cords. I was a vibration in the atmosphere and nothing more. The thing made of charcoal stood where I had been standing only moments before. It looked down at its hands, which were now fleshy and pink. It flexed its fingers and a slow smile spread across its face. It was wearing my face. It was wearing my skin. It was breathing with the lungs that had belonged to me. I watched as the creature that was now me walked toward the back door. The woman in the dark dress was still there, but she did not point anymore. She simply stepped aside and allowed the new version of me to pass. The door, which had been immovable for me, opened with a gentle click. The cold night air rushed in, but the man wearing my body did not shiver. He stepped out into the snow and began to walk toward the car. I tried to follow him, but I was tethered to the house. I was pulled back by an invisible cord that felt like a hook in the center of my being. I was dragged through the kitchen and into the living room where the landlord still sat in the high back chair. He was no longer gray. He was white like bone. His eyes were gone, and in their place were the same black voids I had seen in the face of the woman on the porch. The house began to change as I moved through it. The warm orange light did not fade, but it became hostile. It was a light that did not illuminate so much as it exposed. I found myself pulled upward toward the second floor. My feet, or the wisps of smoke that were once my feet, did not touch the stairs. I drifted up the incline and into the bedroom where this nightmare had begun. The room was exactly as I had left it. The suitcase sat on the bed half-zipped and overflowing with clothes. The laptop bag leaned against the wall. To a living person, it would look like someone had just stepped out for a moment. But to me, it looked like a museum of a life that was already over. I moved toward the corner. I did not choose to go there. I was placed there by the will of the house. I stood in the darkness and waited. The sensation of hunger returned, but it was different now. It was a heavy and hollow ache that could only be eased by the proximity of a beating heart. I realized that the woman on the porch and the charcoal man were part of a cycle that spanned centuries. They were the ones who had successfully crossed back over. They had found their anchors and had traded their shadows for substance. I was the newest link in the chain. I was the one who would have to wait until the next tenant arrived. I would have to watch them sleep, and I would have to feed on their terror until I was strong enough to reach out and take what was theirs. Days and nights began to blend into a single continuous stream of gray. I could see the sun rise and set through the bedroom window, but the light did not touch me. It passed through me as if I were made of glass. I watched the landlord, or what remained of him. He did not stay in the chair. He began to move about the house with a slow and rhythmic shuffle. He was the one who kept the fires burning and the pipes from freezing. He was the caretaker of the trap. He spoke to the walls in a language that sounded like the cracking of frozen branches. He was preparing the house for the next arrival. He cleaned the blood from the floor where the coat had been shredded. He folded my clothes and put them back into the dresser as if they had never been touched. He was erasing the evidence of my existence so that the next person would feel safe. I felt a sudden jolt of energy when I heard the sound of a car engine in the driveway. It had been weeks or perhaps months. Time had no meaning in the corner. I drifted toward the window and looked down. A small blue car had pulled up to the porch. A young woman stepped out. She looked around at the snow and the forest with an expression of wonder. She was carrying a camera and a tripod. She was an artist or a photographer looking for the same solitude I had sought. I felt a surge of pity for her, but it was quickly swallowed by the overwhelming hunger. I wanted her warmth. I wanted the sound of her breath. I wanted to feel the weight of the world again. The landlord met her at the door. He looked different now. His skin was no longer white and his eyes were back in his head. He looked like the elderly bachelor I had first met. He was using the energy he had gathered from the house to project an image of normalcy. He smiled at her and took her bags. He led her inside and showed her the kitchen and the living room. I watched from the top of the stairs. I was a smudge in the air, a trick of the light. She did not see me yet. But she felt me. I saw her pause at the base of the staircase and look up. She shivered and pulled her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. She said something about a draft, and the landlord nodded and told her the house was old and full of character. She moved into the bedroom. She set her camera on the desk and began to unpack. She was humming a song I did not recognize. It was a cheerful melody that felt like a knife in my ears. I stayed in the corner and gathered my strength. I began to push against the boundaries of my form. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to be acknowledged. When she turned off the light that first night, I felt the familiar shift in the atmosphere. The clock on the bedside table ticked toward 3:15. I moved out of the corner and stood over her bed. I watched the rise and fall of her chest. I listened to the frantic beating of her heart as she began to dream. I reached out a spindly finger and touched the edge of the blanket. She did not wake up screaming. She whimpered in her sleep and turned away from me. I felt the first taste of her fear. It was sweet and sharp like a winter berry. It gave me the strength to manifest a little more. I looked at the dresser and saw the silver locket sitting there. The landlord had placed it there for her to find. It was the bait. It was the key. I waited for her to wake up and find it. I waited for her to open it and read the word. Watch her. I would be patient. I had all the time in the world. I would wait until she was exhausted and broken. I would wait until she was ready to trade. The next morning she found the locket. I watched from the shadows as she picked it up and pressed the tab. Her reaction was the same as mine. She dropped it and backed away. She looked around the room with wide and searching eyes. She knew she was not alone. She spent the day trying to work, but she kept looking over her shoulder. She kept checking the corners of the ceiling. She went into town and bought extra locks for the doors, but she did not understand that locks are for keeping things out. They do nothing to keep things in. When she returned, the house was waiting for her. The landlord was gone and the silence was absolute. I began to move more freely now. I did not just stay in the bedroom. I followed her into the kitchen. I stood behind her while she made coffee. I watched her reflection in the dark glass of the windows. She started to talk to herself to drown out the sound of her own thoughts. She told herself that she was just tired and that the house was just old. But I could see the cracks in her resolve. I could see the way her hands shook when she held her camera. She was becoming thin and her eyes were growing dark. She was refusing to sleep. She was following the path of Eliza. She was trying to outlast the darkness. On the third night, she did not turn off the lights. She sat in the middle of the bed with a flashlight in her hand and a knife from the kitchen. She stared at the corner where I stood. I did not hide. I allowed myself to be a shape in the air. I allowed her to see the outline of my long limbs and the blur of my face. She pointed the flashlight at me, but the beam passed right through me. She began to cry. It was a soft and hopeless sound. She asked me what I wanted. I did not answer. I could not answer. I just watched. I was the witness to her undoing. I was the mirror that showed her what she was becoming. The heat in the house began to rise. The radiators groaned and hissed. The smell of copper and earth filled the room. I felt the woman in the dark dress standing in the hallway. I felt the charcoal man standing on the porch. We were all there waiting for the moment of transition. The young woman on the bed dropped the flashlight. Her eyes began to glaze over. She was reaching the limit of her endurance. She looked at me, and for a second our eyes met. In that moment, I felt a connection that was deeper than anything I had felt when I was alive. I felt her soul beginning to fray at the edges. I felt the vacuum of the house beginning to pull at her. I moved closer to her. I did not want to hurt her. I wanted to end her suffering. I wanted to take her place so that I could be the one to walk out into the snow. I reached out my hand and touched her forehead. It was ice cold. She did not flinch. She simply closed her eyes and let out a long breath. The transformation began. I felt the weight returning to my limbs. I felt the heat of the room against my skin. I felt the floorboards beneath my feet. I was no longer a shadow. I was becoming solid. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were no longer ash. They were the hands of a young woman with paint under the fingernails. I stood up from the bed. The woman who had been the photographer was now a smudge in the corner. She was the new watcher. She was the one who would have to wait. I walked to the dresser and picked up the locket. I put it in my pocket. I did not feel guilt. I only felt a sense of profound relief. I walked out of the bedroom and down the stairs. The landlord was waiting for me at the bottom. He did not look like an old man anymore. He looked like a hollow shell of wood and dust. He opened the front door for me. I stepped out onto the porch and breathed in the cold air. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. I walked to the blue car and got inside. I found the keys in the ignition. I started the engine and backed out of the driveway. I did not look back at the house. I knew what was there. I knew who was standing at the window. I drove until I reached the highway, and I did not stop until I was hundreds of miles away. I changed my name and I changed my hair. I moved to a city where there were no forests and no old houses. I surrounded myself with noise and light. I never stayed in the dark for more than a few seconds. I never looked in mirrors if I could help it. I lived a life that was careful and quiet. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up at 3:15. I feel a sudden chill in the room, and I hear the sound of a soft, dragging noise in the hallway. I know that the house has not forgotten me. I know that the woman in the dark dress and the charcoal man are still out there. They are looking for the ones who escaped. They are looking for the ones who traded their shadows and ran away. I sit in the light of my apartment and I hold the silver locket in my hand. I have never opened it again. I do not need to. I know what is written inside. I know that as long as I am alive, I am being watched. I am part of the story that never ends. I am the one who got away, but I am also the one who is still there standing in the corner waiting for the light to go out. The car engine hummed beneath me as a vibration of stolen life. I drove until the blue paint of the vehicle was coated in the grime of 3 states and the fuel gauge sat dangerously low. Every mile I traveled away from the farmhouse felt like a layer of thick grease being wiped from my skin. I did not stop for food. I did not stop for sleep. I only watched the road and the rearview mirror. I expected to see the charcoal man sitting in the backseat or the woman in the dark dress standing in the middle of the highway at every turn. But the road remained empty of ghosts. It was filled only with the mundane reality of long-haul trucks and the yellow glow of distant streetlights. I reached a city where the buildings were made of glass and steel. I needed a place where nothing was old. I needed a place where the history of the ground was buried under 20 feet of concrete and electric cables. I parked the blue car in a crowded garage and left the keys on the seat. I walked away from it without looking back. That car belonged to a woman who was now a flicker of light in a drafty bedroom. I had her name on a driver license in my pocket. I had her face in the mirror, but the weight of her memories was not mine. I was a hollow vessel filling myself with the sights and sounds of a world that I had almost lost. I checked into a hotel that boasted 24-hour service and bright fluorescent hallways. I paid in cash that I found in the glove box of the car. The clerk did not look at me twice. To him, I was just another traveler with tired eyes and a wrinkled cardigan. I went to my room on the 14th floor and turned on every single light. I turned on the television and set the volume to a low, steady murmur. I went into the bathroom and stared at the person in the glass. The skin was smooth. The eyes were a soft hazel. There was a small freckle on the left cheek that I had never seen before. I touched it with a trembling finger. It felt real. It felt warm. I stayed in that hotel for 1 week. I did not leave the room except to buy food from the vending machines down the hall. I spent my hours watching news cycles and weather reports. I was waiting for the moment when the transformation would fail. I expected my hands to turn back into ash at any second. I expected the floor to give way and drop me back into the gray twilight of the farmhouse. But the sun rose and set in its natural rhythm. The coffee in the cardboard cup was hot. The sheets on the bed were crisp. I was living a miracle of flesh and bone. By the 8th day, the silence of the hotel room began to feel heavy. It was not the predatory silence of the woods, but a different kind of pressure. It was the weight of a life that had no foundation. I had stolen a body and a name, but I had no purpose. I looked at the silver locket which I had placed on the nightstand. It seemed smaller here. It looked like a piece of costume jewelry that someone might buy at an antique mall for $5. The word inside was a secret that only I and the dead knew. I realized then that I could not simply hide. The house was a machine that required a constant flow of souls to maintain its boundary. If I stayed still, the machine would find a way to reclaim me. I decided to move to the coast. I wanted to be near the ocean. The sea was an ancient force that did not care about the shadows of men. The constant movement of the tides and the salt in the air felt like a barrier that the charcoal man could not cross. I took a bus to a small town where the docks smelled of fish and gasoline. I found a job in a laundry mat where the steam was thick and the noise of the industrial dryers was a constant roar. I liked the heat. I liked the way the moisture made my hair curl. It reminded me that I was a physical being. I rented a small apartment above a bakery. Every morning at 4 o'clock I would wake up to the smell of fresh bread and the sound of the bakers calling out to one another. It was a human sound. I never turned off the lamps in my living room. I replaced the bulbs every month before they had a chance to flicker. I became a creature of the light. I worked long hours and spoke little. People in the town thought I was shy or perhaps recovering from a broken heart. They did not know that I was a thief of existence. They did not know that I was a ghost wearing a mask of skin. One evening, as I was folding a mountain of white towels, I saw a man standing outside the window of the laundry mat. He was wearing a heavy coat and a hat that shadowed his face. He was not moving. He was just watching the door. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I dropped the towel and backed away from the glass. I waited for him to reach out a hand. I waited for the air to turn cold. But the man simply checked his watch and walked away toward the pier. He was just a stranger waiting for a ride. I sat down on a plastic crate and breathed until the dizziness passed. The fear was a shadow that lived inside my mind. It did not need the house to exist. I began to realize that the watcher was not just a role I had played in the corner. It was a state of being. I was always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I was always looking for the crack in the ceiling or the shift in the light. I began to wonder if the woman I had replaced was truly gone or if she was still with me. Was she the one who made me look over my shoulder in the grocery store? Was she the one who made me feel a sudden chill when I walked past a dark alleyway? I started to have dreams about the landlord. In the dreams, he was not an old man or a hollow shell. He was a giant made of timber and stone, and he was walking across the country to find me. He was stepping over mountains and wading through rivers, and with every step he whispered my name. He did not sound angry. He sounded lonely. He wanted his house to be full. He wanted the cycle to continue. I would wake up drenched in sweat with the taste of copper in my mouth. I would check my hands to see if they were still there. I tried to get rid of the locket. I took it to the pier one night when the moon was hidden behind the clouds. I intended to throw it as far as I could into the black water. I stood at the edge of the wooden boards and felt the spray of the salt on my face. I pulled the silver chain from my pocket and held it over the railing, but my hand would not open. My fingers gripped the metal with a strength that was not my own. It was as if the locket was part of my anatomy. It was the anchor that kept me tied to the physical world. If I let go of it, I feared I would dissipate into the wind like smoke. I tucked the locket back into my pocket and walked home. I understood then that I was a prisoner of my own survival. The house had given me a gift, but it was a gift with a heavy price. I was allowed to walk in the sun, but I was never allowed to forget where I had come from. I was a witness to the darkness, and that knowledge was a brand on my soul. I began to seek out others who looked like they were hiding. I watched the people in the town with a new intensity. I looked for the ones who never turned off their lights. I looked for the ones who flinched at the sound of a floorboard creaking. I found a woman who lived in a trailer at the edge of the salt marshes. She was older than me and her skin was the color of parchment. She worked at the post office and never spoke to anyone. I saw her one night at the grocery store buying 10 boxes of candles and 3 flashlights. Our eyes met across the aisle of canned goods. There was a flash of recognition that made my skin crawl. She knew. She did not know my name or my story, but she knew the weight I carried. She looked away quickly and hurried to the checkout counter, but the connection had been made. I followed her at a distance. I wanted to know if there were others like us. I wanted to know if there was a way to break the chain without passing the curse to someone else. I watched her trailer from the tall grass of the marsh. The windows were covered in heavy blankets, and even from 50 yards away, I could see the glow of 100 candles flickering inside. She was fighting the same war I was. She was a watcher who had escaped her corner, but she was still living in the shadow of the house. As the weeks passed, I began to see the signs of the house everywhere. It was not just one farmhouse in the woods. It was a network of places where the fabric of reality was thin. It was the abandoned hospital on the hill. It was the basement of the library. It was the empty seat on the late-night bus. The darkness was not a location. It was a hungry presence that was always looking for an opening, and we were the ones who had seen too much. We were the ones who had become the anchors for things that should not exist. I went to the library and began to research the history of the town and the surrounding counties. I looked for stories of disappearances and strange sightings. I found dozens of them. A man who walked into his garage and was never seen again. A child who vanished from a locked bedroom. A family that moved out of their home in the middle of the night, leaving all their belongings behind. In every story, there was a mention of a draft or a strange smell or a shadow that did not move with the light. The patterns were there if you knew how to look for them. I found a map in the archives that was over 100 years old. It showed the layout of the county before the highways were built. I traced the lines of the old roads and found the spot where the farmhouse stood. It was marked with a small black square. There was no name attached to it. It was just a mark on the paper. But as I touched the ink, I felt a sharp sting in my fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the map and soaked into the paper. The black square seemed to expand, and for a moment the library around me faded into a grainy gray. I pulled my hand away and the world snapped back into focus. The librarian looked at me with concern, but I did not wait for her to speak. I gathered my things and ran out into the bright afternoon sun. The house was calling to me. It was not satisfied with the photographer. It wanted the one who had escaped. It wanted the one who knew its secrets. I realized that my flight had been an illusion. I had not moved hundreds of miles away. I had only moved to a different room in the same vast and terrible mansion. I returned to my apartment and locked the door. I sat on the floor in the middle of the room and surrounded myself with every lamp I owned. I held the locket in my hand, and I finally understood the true nature of the command. To be a watcher was not just to see the monster. It was to be the eyes of the monster. I was the sensory organ that allowed the house to perceive the world of the living. Every time I looked at a person, I was showing them to the things in the dark. Every time I felt fear, I was feeding the hunger of the charcoal man. I looked at the silver locket and saw my own reflection in the polished surface. My hazel eyes were beginning to darken. The edges of my vision were turning gray. I was not becoming a person. I was becoming a bridge. The house was using me to extend its reach into the town. The woman in the trailer, the man at the pier, the librarian, they were all being marked by my presence. I was the carrier of the infection. I was the reason the shadows in the town were growing longer, and the air was turning cold. I knew then what I had to do. I could not run anymore, and I could not stay. I had to go back to the source. I had to face the landlord and the woman in the dark dress. I had to return the locket to the place where it belonged. I did not know if I would survive or if I would simply become a shadow again, but I could not let the house use me to hunt the innocent. I packed a small bag with water and a heavy flashlight. I took the bus back toward the mountains. The journey felt like a descent into a deep well. The air grew thinner and the trees grew taller. I reached the edge of the woods just as the sun was beginning to set. The farmhouse stood on the hill like a jagged tooth against the sky. It looked smaller than I remembered, but more solid. The orange light was burning in the windows even though no one was supposed to be there. I walked up the driveway and felt the familiar pull of the earth. The snow was gone, replaced by the damp rot of autumn. I reached the porch and stood before the front door. I did not need to knock. The door swung open on silent hinges. The hallway was filled with the smell of dry leaves and copper. I stepped inside and the door closed behind me. The silence was absolute. I walked into the living room and saw the landlord sitting in his high-backed chair. He did not look at me. He was staring into the cold fireplace. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the locket. I walked over to him and placed it in his withered hand. His fingers closed around the silver metal and he let out a long, rattling sigh. "You have come back," he whispered. The sound was like the wind through a graveyard. "I am not your anchor anymore," I said. My voice was steady, but my heart was racing. He turned his head and looked at me. His eyes were once again black voids. "You never left," he said. "You were always here. You were always the watcher." I looked around the room and saw the photographer standing in the corner. She was a smudge in the air, a trick of the light. She looked at me with eyes that were full of a terrible longing. I realized then that the cycle did not happen one person at a time. We were all there together. The woman in the dark dressed, the charcoal man, the landlord, the photographer, and me. We were the layers of the house. We were the history of its hunger. I reached out a hand to the photographer, but my fingers passed through her like smoke. The house began to vibrate. The walls groaned and the floorboards buckled. The orange light turned to a blinding white. I felt the weight of my stolen body beginning to slip away. I was being pulled apart by the force of the house. I was being woven into the wallpaper and the floorboards. I was becoming the silence and the heat. I closed my eyes and waited for the end. But the end did not come. Instead, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my chest. I opened my eyes and saw the charcoal man standing over me. He was holding a knife that looked like it was made of frozen night. He drove the blade into my heart and the world exploded into 1,000 shards of glass. I fell to the floor, but I did not feel the wood. I felt the cold air of the gray twilight. I looked up and saw the charcoal man standing over me. He was wearing my face. He was wearing my skin. He looked down at me and smiled. "Thank you," he whispered. He turned and walked out of the house. I watched him go through the window. I watched him get into a car and drive away. I was back in the corner. I was the shadow once again. I was the silence in the hall, and I was waiting. I was waiting for the next person to move into the drafty farmhouse on the edge of the woods. I was waiting for them to turn off the light. The orange glow of the house returned and the radiators began to hiss. The landlord sat back in his chair and picked up his book. The cycle had reset. The trap was baited, and I was the one who would have to watch it all happen again. The transition back to the state of a shadow was not a sudden plunge into darkness, but a slow and agonizing erosion of the senses. I felt the warmth of the blood leave my chest and the weight of the air press down upon me until I was nothing more than a thin layer of memory clinging to the floorboards. The charcoal man who now wore my stolen skin walked with a heavy and purposeful stride. I watched from the floor as his boots clicked against the wood. Those were my boots. That was my heartbeat fading into the distance as he stepped out into the night. I wanted to scream, but I had no throat. I wanted to reach out and grab the hem of his coat, but my hands were only smears of gray light against the baseboards. The house settled around me with a satisfied groan. It had fed. It had traded a stagnant spirit for a fresh agent of its will. I was once again a part of the architecture. I was the cold draft that moved through the pantry. I was the reason the curtains swayed when there was no wind. The landlord did not look at me. He did not need to. He knew exactly where I was. I was tucked into the corner of the dining room where the shadow of the grandfather clock stretched long and thin. The clock itself did not keep time for the world of the living. Its pendulum swung with a heavy thud that measured the decay of stones and the slow growth of moss. Every tick was a year. Every tock was a century. I existed in the spaces between those sounds. I watched the dust motes dance in the orange light that now bled from the walls. The house was breathing again. It was a rhythmic pulse that vibrated through my non-existent bones. The photographer was still there too. She was huddled under the kitchen table. She looked like a photograph that had been left in the sun for too long. Her edges were blurred and her colors had washed out into a uniform shade of ash. We did not speak. There were no words in this place. There was only the shared understanding of our failure. We had both tried to be more than what the house allowed. We had both reached for the sun and been pulled back into the cellar. I wondered how many others were hidden in the walls. I wondered if the woman in the dark dress was watching me from the hallway, or if she had finally been allowed to dissipate into the void. The hierarchy of the house was absolute, and I was now near the bottom of the order. Days and nights lost their meaning. The sun rose and fell outside the windows, but it was merely a flickering lamp. The real light was the internal glow of the house itself. It was a sickly amber color that did not provide warmth. It only served to illuminate the things that should have remained hidden. I saw the way the wood grain on the floorboards shifted like slow-moving snakes. I saw the way the peeling wallpaper formed faces that wept black ink. I was a witness to the secret life of matter. I saw the atoms of the house vibrating with a malicious intent. The house was not made of timber and nails. It was made of concentrated sorrow and the lingering echoes of every person who had ever died within its boundaries. I began to understand the purpose of the Watchers. We were the filters. The house was a vortex of raw psychic energy that was too powerful to interact with the world directly. It needed us to dampen the signal. It needed our lingering humanity to act as a bridge. By holding onto our memories of being alive, we provided a tether that allowed the house to remain anchored in reality. If we all let go, the house would float away into the gray sea of the afterlife and lose its ability to hunt. So it kept us in a state of perpetual longing. It fed us glimpses of the world we had lost. It showed us the birds in the trees and the smell of the rain to keep our hearts breaking. A broken heart is a heavy thing, and it was that weight that kept the house pinned to the earth. I watched the seasons change through the cracked glass of the window. The green leaves of summer turned to the brittle brown of autumn, and then the world was covered in a shroud of white. The snow did not fall inside the house, but the cold was a constant companion. It was a cold that did not come from the weather. It came from the absence of hope. I felt myself becoming thinner. I was losing the memory of my own name. I was forgetting the taste of the bread from the bakery and the sound of the ocean. The hazel of my eyes had long since faded into a dull charcoal. I was becoming a perfect mirror for the house. I was becoming the very thing I had feared. Then one afternoon, a sound broke the silence. It was not the groan of the house or the ticking of the clock. It was the sound of a combustion engine. A car was coming up the long, winding driveway. I felt a surge of electricity run through the floorboards. The house was waking up. The orange light in the windows grew brighter, and the radiators began to hiss with a frantic energy. The landlord stood up from his chair and straightened his dusty coat. He looked toward the front door with a predatory hunger. I felt a wave of pity for whoever was in that car, but beneath the pity there was a darker emotion. It was anticipation. If someone new arrived, there was a chance for a shift in the power. There was a chance for a new trade. The car stopped in front of the porch. It was a white sedan covered in the salt and grime of a long journey. The engine cut out, and the silence that followed was heavy with expectation. The door of the car opened and a man stepped out. He was young with bright blue eyes and a camera hanging around his neck. He looked at the house with a mixture of awe and trepidation. He was a seeker of ghost stories. He was a hunter of the macabre. He had no idea that he was the one being hunted. He walked up the porch steps, and his boots made the same hollow sound that mine once had. He reached out and knocked on the door. The landlord moved to the hallway with a grace that was terrifying. He opened the door and put on his mask of the lonely old man. He spoke in a voice that was soft and inviting. He offered the young man a room for the night. He spoke of the history of the house and the beauty of the surrounding woods. The young man stepped inside and the trap snapped shut. I watched from my corner as the young man looked around the living room. He did not see me. He did not see the photographer under the table. He only saw a charmingly dilapidated farmhouse filled with character. He smiled and thanked the landlord for his hospitality. That night the house was alive with a frantic energy. The shadows moved with a new purpose. I was pushed out of my corner and forced to follow the young man as he explored the upstairs hallway. I was the shadow that trailed behind him just out of his line of sight. I was the cold spot he encountered near the linen closet. I was performing my role with a mechanical precision. I was showing him the house. I was guiding him toward the spots where the fabric was thinnest. I felt a deep sense of shame, but I could not stop. My will was no longer my own. I was an extension of the landlord. I was a finger on the hand of the house. The young man set up his tripod in the master bedroom. He was excited. He kept talking to himself about the quality of the light and the atmosphere of the place. He did not notice when the door behind him slowly creaked shut. He did not notice when the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees in a matter of seconds. He was focused on his lens. He was trying to capture the soul of the house on film. He did not realize that the house was capturing him. I stood in the corner of the bedroom and watched as the charcoal man appeared behind him. The charcoal man who wore my face. He looked at me and winked. It was a gesture of such casual cruelty that I felt a phantom pain in my chest. The charcoal man did not kill the young man. That was not the way it worked. He simply stood there and watched. He waited for the fear to set in. He waited for the young man to realize that he was not alone. It took an hour for the realization to dawn. The young man stopped humming. He stopped adjusting his camera. He turned around slowly and looked into the dark corner where the charcoal man stood. His eyes went wide and the camera slipped from his hands. It hit the floor with a dull thud. The young man tried to speak, but his voice was trapped in his throat. He backed away toward the window, but the glass was now as thick as iron. The house began to feed on his terror. It was a thick and cloying sensation like the smell of burning sugar. I felt myself growing stronger as the young man grew weaker. I was absorbing the energy he was losing. It was a parasitic relationship that I could not escape. I saw the photographer standing in the doorway, her eyes fixed on the young man. She was waiting for the moment of transition. She was waiting for the chance to move up in the order. We were all vultures circling a dying animal. The young man collapsed onto the bed and began to sob. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated despair. It was the sound the house loved most of all. The landlord entered the room carrying a tray with a glass of water and a small silver key. He sat on the edge of the bed and spoke to the young man in a soothing tone. He told him that it was all right. He told him that the fear would pass. He told him that he was part of something much larger than himself. He offered him the water and the young man drank it with trembling hands. As he drank, his eyes began to glaze over. The bright blue of his pupils started to fade into a dull gray. The transition had begun. The house was weaving its threads into his mind. It was rewriting his memories and erasing his identity. I watched as the young man was broken down and rebuilt into a new watcher. He was given a task and a place. He was given a role to play in the grand theater of the house. And as he took his place in the corner, I felt a sudden shift in my own existence. I was no longer being pulled down. I was being pushed up. The charcoal man who wore my skin was moving toward the door. He was leaving again. He was going back out into the world to find another soul to bring back to the nest. And I was being moved into his position. I was no longer a shadow on the floor. I was a shadow that could move. I was a shadow that could touch. I followed the charcoal man down the stairs and out onto the porch. The night air was cold and sharp. I stood on the edge of the wood and looked at the white car. The charcoal man got into the driver's seat and started the engine. He looked at me through the windshield and gave a small nod. He was the hunter and I was the scout. I was the one who would stay behind and maintain the boundary while he was away. I was the one who would ensure that the new watcher stayed in his corner. I was the one who would listen to the landlord and follow his commands. I had been promoted in the hierarchy of the damned. I watched the white car drive away until its taillights were nothing more than small red dots in the distance. I was alone on the porch. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were no longer made of ash. They were made of a dense gray smoke that held its shape. I could feel the texture of the wooden railing. I could feel the vibration of the house beneath my feet. I was becoming a physical presence again, but it was a presence built on a foundation of darkness. I turned and walked back into the house. I did not need to be told what to do. I knew my place. I knew the rules. I went to the kitchen and began to prepare a meal for the landlord. I moved with a silent efficiency. I set the table with the fine china and the silver cutlery. I lit the candles and poured the wine. The landlord came into the room and sat down. He looked at me with a glimmer of approval in his black eyes. He began to eat, and the sound of his chewing was the only noise in the room. I stood by the sideboard and waited. I was the perfect servant. I was the perfect witness. I was the one who would keep the secrets of the house safe from the world. After dinner, I went upstairs to check on the new watcher. He was sitting in the corner of the master bedroom staring at the wall. He did not look up when I entered. He was already lost in the gray twilight. I felt a brief flash of sorrow for him, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of duty. I adjusted the curtains and made sure the door was locked. I was the jailer now. I was the one who would ensure that the cycle continued without interruption. I went back down to the living room and took my place by the fireplace. I picked up a book and began to read. The words were written in a language that I had never seen before, but I understood every one of them. They were the laws of the dark. They were the instructions for the end of the world. The house was quiet now. The hunger had been satisfied for the moment, but I knew that it would not last. The house was an infinite void that could never be filled. It would always want more. It would always need new eyes to see and new hearts to break, and I would be there to facilitate it all. I would be the one who greeted the travelers and showed them to their rooms. I would be the one who whispered in their ears while they slept. I was no longer a victim of the house. I was a part of its soul. I was the watcher who had become the watchman. And as the grandfather clock struck midnight, I felt a cold smile spread across my gray face. I was home. I was finally home. The months turned into years, and the years turned into something that had no name. I saw many people come and go. I saw the fearful and the brave, the young and the old. They all ended up the same way. They all became part of the architecture. They all became shadows in the corners. I watched as the house expanded and grew. New rooms appeared where there had been none before. The hallways stretched and twisted until the house was a labyrinth that only I and the landlord could navigate. We were the lords of a kingdom of dust and silence. We were the masters of a world that existed in the cracks of the reality of men. I often thought about the woman whose skin I had once stolen. I wondered if she was still out there living a life that was not hers. I wondered if she ever felt a sudden chill or a sense of being watched. I hoped that she was happy. I hoped that she had found a way to forget the farmhouse and the charcoal man. But I knew deep down that she was still tied to this place. We were all tied to it. We were the spokes on a wheel that never stopped turning. We were the ghosts of a future that had already happened. One night as I was walking through the garden, I saw a figure standing at the gate. It was a woman in a dark dress. She was not a shadow or a memory. She was solid and real. She looked at me with eyes that were full of a fierce intelligence. She did not seem afraid. She seemed expectant. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver locket. She held it up, and the light of the moon caught the metal. It was the same locket I had returned to the landlord. It was the same key that had started my journey. "Who are you?" I asked, and my voice sounded like the grinding of stones. "I am the one who comes after," she said. "I am the one who will break the house." She opened the gate and stepped into the garden. As she did, the orange light in the windows flickered and died. The house let out a scream that shook the trees to their roots. The landlord ran out onto the porch, his face contorted in a mask of rage. But the woman did not flinch. She held the locket high, and a blinding white light erupted from the silver metal. It was a light that did not come from the house. It was a light that came from the sun and the stars and the hearts of the living. It was a light that the darkness could not consume. I felt the gray smoke of my body beginning to dissolve. I felt the weight of the house lifting from my soul. I was being set free. I looked at the woman and saw a reflection of the person I had once been. I saw the hope and the courage that I had lost so long ago. I reached out a hand, and for the first time in an eternity, I felt the warmth of another human being. The light grew brighter and brighter until the house and the landlord and the charcoal man were all swallowed by the radiance. I closed my eyes and felt myself falling through a sky that was full of color and sound. I was no longer the watcher. I was no longer the watchman. I was simply a spark of light returning to the flame. And as the world faded away, I finally heard the sound of the ocean and the smell of fresh bread, and I knew that the nightmare was over. I was gone. I was finally gone. The white light did not bring a final end. It was not a door to a peaceful heaven or a sudden return to the waking world. Instead, it was a scouring wind that stripped away the false layers of the house. I opened my eyes and found myself standing in the center of the living room, but the room was different. The amber glow had been replaced by a raw and jagged clarity. The wallpaper had fallen away entirely to reveal that the walls were not made of timber. They were constructed from thousands of leather-bound books and bundles of old letters. The house was a library of lost intentions. The woman in the dark dress stood by the fireplace holding the silver locket as if it were a compass. She looked at me, and for the first time I saw that her eyes were not hollow. They were filled with the reflection of every sky I had ever forgotten. She told me that the landlord was not a man at all. He was a manifestation of the collective refusal to move on. He was the knot in the thread of time. The light from the locket began to pulse in rhythm with the fading heartbeat of the house. I felt the gray smoke of my limbs thickening into something more solid, but it was not human flesh. I was becoming a bridge between the two worlds. The woman moved toward the staircase and I followed her. We climbed through the shifting architecture. The steps groaned not with age but with the weight of the secrets they held. We passed the room where the young man with the camera had been. He was no longer a shadow. He was a statue of salt. His terror had been crystallized by the sudden influx of light. The woman did not stop to help him. She said that some things must be broken before they can be mended. We reached the top floor where the attic door stood. It was covered in heavy iron chains that looked like they had been forged in a furnace of regret. The landlord appeared at the end of the hallway. He no longer wore the mask of the old man. He was a towering figure of moving shadows and sharp edges. His voice was the sound of 1,000 doors slamming at once. He told us that we could not leave. He said that the world outside was a place of chaos and decay, and that the house was the only true sanctuary. He offered us the keys to every room. He offered us the power to rewrite the stories of everyone who entered. The woman held the locket toward him and the shadow recoiled. She spoke a name that I did not recognize, but it made the floorboards tremble. She said that the time of the harvest was over. She placed the locket against the iron chains of the attic door. The metal did not break, it melted. The chains turned into liquid silver and flowed down the wood like tears. The door swung open and a cold wind blew out from the darkness within. It was not the cold of the house. It was the cold of the open stars. It was the chill of the infinite vacuum where there is no hunger and no memory. The landlord let out a sound of pure agony as the wind touched his skin. He began to unravel like a piece of old lace. I looked into the attic and saw that it was not a room. It was a hole in the universe. It was the place where the house vented its excess sorrow. In the center of the void sat a small wooden cradle. It was empty, but it was rocking slowly as if moved by an invisible hand. The woman told me that this was the heart of the machine. The house had been built around a single moment of loss that had been too great for the earth to contain. Every person who had been trapped here was merely fuel to keep that moment alive. Every memory stolen was a way to prevent the cradle from stopping. We had been living inside a monument to a grief that refused to die. The woman asked me to make a choice. I could step into the void and let my essence be scattered across the stars, or I could stay and become the new architect. She told me that the house needed a master who understood the value of an ending. If I stayed, I could guide the souls back to the light. I could turn the prison into a way station. I looked back down the hallway at the photographer and the young man and the charcoal man who still wore my face. They were all waiting for a signal. They were all waiting for someone to tell them that it was all right to let go. I realized that my journey was not about escaping the house. It was about transforming it. I reached out and touched the rocking cradle. The wood was warm. It felt like a living thing. As soon as my fingers made contact, the house began to change again. The walls of books and letters dissolved into soft green moss. The amber light turned into the pale gold of a winter morning. The predatory hunger that had defined the atmosphere evaporated and was replaced by a profound silence. The landlord was gone. He had been a parasite on the grief, and without the darkness he had nothing to hold him together. I felt a new sense of purpose flowing through me. I was no longer a watcher or a watchman. I was the gardener of the transition. The woman in the dark dress smiled at me. She said that she had been waiting a long time for someone to take the key. She handed me the locket and then she began to fade. She was not dissolving into smoke like the others. She was simply becoming part of the light. She told me that her work was done and that she could finally return to the sea. I watched her until she was nothing more than a glimmer in the air. Then I turned and walked back down the stairs. The house felt different under my feet. It was no longer a trap. It was a house again. A place of wood and stone and memory, but a place that knew how to breathe. I found the photographer standing in the kitchen. She was looking at her hands. The gray ash was falling away from her skin like dead leaves. She looked at me and I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. I told her that she was free to go. I told her that the road was open and that the car was waiting. She did not ask any questions. She simply nodded and walked out the front door. I watched her walk down the porch steps and into the sunlight. She did not look back. She walked until she disappeared into the trees. And for the first time in an eternity, the house did not try to pull her back. The young man with the camera was next. I found him in the master bedroom. He was still sitting on the edge of the bed, but the gray film had left his eyes. I helped him up and handed him his camera. I told him that he had captured enough for one lifetime. He looked at me with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. He asked me who I was, and I told him that I was the one who kept the door. He left the house with a hurried pace, as if he were afraid the spell would break if he stayed too long. I stood on the porch and watched his white sedan drive away down the long, winding driveway. The sound of the engine was a beautiful thing. It was the sound of life moving forward. I returned to the interior of the house and began the work of clearing the shadows. It was a slow and meticulous process. I had to visit every corner and every hidden closet. I had to speak to the walls and tell them that they were no longer required to hold the weight of the past. I found the places where the atoms had been vibrating with malice, and I smoothed them out with the palm of my hand. I was like a weaver repairing a tapestry that had been torn by a clumsy child. The house resisted at first. It was used to the old ways. It was used to the taste of fear. But I was patient. I had all the time in the world. The charcoal man was the hardest to deal with. He was the most concentrated part of my own despair. I found him in the cellar sitting among the broken jars and the rusted tools. He looked exactly like me, but he was made of a substance that absorbed all light. He did not want to leave. He told me that we were the same and that I could not exist without him. He said that the house would always belong to us because we were the only ones who truly understood its beauty. I sat down next to him, and for a long time we did not speak. I did not try to fight him. I simply sat with him in the dark. I told him about the smell of the rain and the taste of the bread. I told him about the sound of the ocean and the way the sun felt on a summer afternoon. I shared my memories with him, not as a way to taunt him, but as a gift. I showed him that the world outside was not a place of chaos, but a place of constant renewal. I showed him that even the smallest spark of joy was more powerful than a century of sorrow. Slowly, the charcoal man began to change. The sharp edges of his form softened. The deep black of his skin began to lighten into a soft silver. He was not disappearing. He was being integrated. We stood up together and walked out of the cellar. As we reached the ground floor, he merged with me. It was not a violent process. It was like 2 drops of water becoming one. I felt a sudden surge of wholeness. I was no longer a fractured being. I was a man who carried his shadows but was not ruled by them. I went to the living room and sat in the chair where the landlord used to sit. I picked up the book that was written in the language of the dark. I looked at the pages and saw that the words were changing. The laws of the dark were being replaced by the stories of the people who had passed through the house. It was a record of resilience. It was a testament to the human spirit. The seasons continued to change outside the windows. I watched the green leaves of spring turn to the vibrant colors of summer. I watched the autumn gold and the winter white. I was no longer a prisoner of the cycle. I was an observer of the dance. Every now and then a car would come up the driveway. Sometimes it was a traveler who had lost their way. Sometimes it was a seeker of mysteries. I would meet them at the door and offer them a place to rest. I would give them a meal and a bed, and I would listen to their stories. I would make sure that they left the house stronger than when they arrived. I was the host of the threshold. The house became a place of healing. The weeping wallpaper was gone, and in its place were walls that reflected the light of the sun. The shifting wood grain became a steady and reliable floor. The radiators no longer hissed with frantic energy. They hummed with a quiet warmth. The house was still a bridge, but it was a bridge that led to a better place. It was a sanctuary for those who needed a moment of peace before continuing their journey. I was content. I had found a way to be more than what the house allowed, by changing what the house was. One afternoon, a young woman arrived at the gate. She was wearing a yellow dress and carrying a sketchbook. She looked at the house with a smile and said that it was the most beautiful place she had ever seen. She asked if she could sit in the garden and draw. I told her that she was welcome to stay as long as she liked. I watched her from the porch as she captured the lines of the roof and the patterns of the stone. She did not see the shadows because there were no shadows left to see. She only saw the light. I realized then that the purpose of the house had been fulfilled. It was no longer a vortex of raw psychic energy. It was simply a home. I looked down at the silver locket in my hand and saw that it was no longer pulsing. It was quiet and still. I walked to the edge of the woods and buried the locket under a large oak tree. I did not need it anymore. The house was anchored in reality not by the weight of a broken heart, but by the strength of a willing spirit. I turned back toward the porch and saw the young woman waving at me. I waved back and felt a genuine warmth spread through my chest. I knew that one day I would also move on. I knew that eventually another would come to take my place. But for now, I was the keeper of the gate. I was the one who made sure the fire stayed lit and the door remained unlocked. I was the one who ensured that the stories were told and the names were remembered. I was the man who had been lost in the cellar and found in the light. And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the grass, I walked back inside and closed the door softly behind me. The house was quiet and the house was full. I was home. I was finally truly home. The peace of the house was a fragile thing, at first like the skin of a bubble that might burst if the wind blew too hard. I spent many days sitting on the front porch, watching the shadows of the clouds drift across the valley. The world outside the gate was a vast and shimmering tapestry of colors that I had once thought were lost to me forever. I felt the sun on my face and the air in my lungs, and for a long time that was enough. I was the master of the threshold and the gardener of the transition, but I was also a student of the ordinary. I learned the way the light changed from the pale blue of dawn to the deep gold of late afternoon. I learned the names of the birds that nested in the eaves, and the way the wind sounded when it moved through the tall grass of the meadow. But the house was not entirely done with its secrets. Even as it settled into its new role as a sanctuary, I began to notice things that did not fit the pattern of a normal home. I would find small objects on the windowsills that I had not placed there. A smooth river stone, or a dried flower, or a piece of colored glass. They were not remnants of the old darkness, but offerings from the people who had passed through. Each object carried a faint vibration of a memory that was no longer a burden. I realized that the house was collecting the quiet joys of the living just as it had once collected the sorrows of the dead. It was breathing with a new rhythm, and I was the one who had to keep the beat. One afternoon, as I was sweeping the hallway, I heard a sound coming from the attic. It was not the scream of the house or the grinding of stones. It was the sound of a voice humming a low and rhythmic tune. I climbed the stairs and found the attic door standing open. The void that had been there before was gone. The space was now filled with a soft and silver light that seemed to emanate from the floorboards themselves. In the center of the room, the wooden cradle was still rocking, but it was no longer empty. A small bundle of white fabric lay inside it, and the humming was coming from the air around it. I approached the cradle with a sense of wonder and a touch of the old fear. I looked inside and saw that there was no child. Instead, there was a book bound in white leather with pages that were as thin as a moth wing. I reached out and touched the cover, and I felt a jolt of energy run up my arm. It was not a painful shock, but a sensation of immense clarity. I opened the book and saw that the pages were blank except for a single sentence written in a script that seemed to be made of starlight. It said that every story requires an ending, but every ending is a seed for a new beginning. I understood then that my role as the keeper was not a permanent station. I was a part of a much larger cycle that I could not yet fully comprehend. The house was a vessel for the transformation of the human spirit, and I was the one who had been chosen to pilot it through this particular stretch of time. I felt a deep sense of humility as I realized the weight of the task. I was not just protecting a building or guiding a few lost souls. I was maintaining the balance between the light and the dark for everyone who would ever find their way to this gate. I took the book down to the living room and placed it on the table where the landlord had once kept his ledgers. I began to write in it, not with a pen, but with my thoughts. I recorded the names of the people who came to the door and the stories they told me. I wrote about the photographer who had found her way back to the world of color and the young man who had learned to look beyond the lens of his camera. I wrote about the woman in the yellow dress and the way her laughter had filled the garden. As I wrote, the words appeared on the pages in that same shimmering script, and I felt the house grow stronger and more stable with every entry. The seasons turned and the years began to blur into a single continuous stream of experience. I did not age in the way that men age. My hair did not turn gray and my skin did not wrinkle. I was a part of the house, and as long as the house remained, I would remain. But I was not a ghost. I could feel the cold of the winter and the heat of the summer. I could taste the food that I prepared in the kitchen, and I could feel the texture of the wood under my fingers. I was a bridge that was rooted in the earth, but reached toward the sky. One night, a heavy storm rolled in from the mountains. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain lashed against the windows with a ferocity that reminded me of the old days. I sat in the living room by the fire listening to the thunder and watching the lightning illuminate the garden. For a moment, I felt a flicker of the old dread. I wondered if the darkness was returning or if the landlord had found a way to crawl back from the void. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out into the chaos of the night. I saw a figure standing at the gate just as I had seen the woman in the dark dress so long ago, but this figure was small and hunched over as if carrying a heavy load. I did not hesitate. I went to the door and opened it, stepping out onto the porch. The rain soaked through my clothes in seconds, but I did not care. I walked down the steps and across the grass until I reached the gate. I saw a man shivering in the cold, his clothes torn and his face smeared with mud. He looked at me with eyes that were wide with terror and exhaustion. I opened the gate and reached out a hand to him. I told him that he was safe and that he should come inside. He looked at the house and I saw the reflection of the orange light in his eyes. He did not see a monster or a trap. He saw a sanctuary. He took my hand and I led him up the path and into the warmth of the living room. I gave him a blanket and a bowl of hot soup, and I sat with him while he ate. He did not say a word for a long time, but I could feel the tension leaving his body as the heat of the fire worked its magic. Eventually, he looked at me and asked where he was. I told him that he was in a place where the past could be mended and the future could be imagined. I told him that he could stay as long as he needed and that the road would be waiting for him when he was ready to leave. He nodded, and I saw a single tear track a line through the mud on his cheek. He told me that he had been running for a long time and that he had forgotten what it felt like to be still. I told him that the house was a master of stillness and that he should let the quiet do its work. The man stayed with me for 3 days. We did not talk much, but we spent a lot of time in the garden. He helped me pull the weeds and trim the hedges, and I saw the color returning to his face. He began to hum the same tune that I had heard in the attic, and I knew that the house was healing him in its own way. On the 4th day, he stood at the gate with his bag packed and a new light in his eyes. He thanked me for everything, and I told him that it was my privilege to have met him. I watched him walk down the driveway until he was a small speck on the horizon, and I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the work. This was the purpose. As the years passed, the house continued to evolve. The walls of books and letters in the living room began to sprout small green leaves, and the scent of old paper was replaced by the smell of jasmine and honeysuckle. The architecture became more fluid and organic, as if the house were growing rather than standing. I found that I could move through the walls if I wished, and that the stairs would take me wherever I needed to go. I was no longer a resident of the house. I was the soul of the house. I began to realize that the woman in the dark dress had been right. The landlord had been a knot in the thread of time, and by untying that knot we had allowed the river of existence to flow again. But the river did not just flow forward. It flowed in all directions at once. I could see the past and the future as clearly as I could see the present. I saw the farmhouse as it had been before the darkness took hold, and I saw the ruins that it would one day become. I saw the people who would come after me and the stories they would tell. I saw a young woman with a silver locket standing at the gate, and I realized that she was the one who would eventually replace me. She was not born yet, but she was already a part of the house. She was the one who would take the key and become the next gardener of the transition. I felt a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle would continue and that the sanctuary would always be here for those who needed it. I was a link in a chain that stretched back to the beginning of time and forward to the end of all things. The charcoal man who had merged with me was now a source of strength rather than a source of despair. He was the part of me that understood the necessity of the shadows. He reminded me that the light is only meaningful because of the darkness, and that the joy is only precious because of the sorrow. We were a unified being, and we walked the halls of the house with a sense of quiet authority. We were the watchers who did not judge and the watchmen who did not sleep. One evening, as I was sitting in the library, I found a small wooden box hidden behind a row of books. I opened it and found a collection of old photographs. They were not the gray and distorted images of the photographer, but clear and vibrant pictures of a family I did not recognize. There was a man and a woman and 2 small children standing in front of the house when it was new. They were smiling, and they looked so full of life and hope that it made my heart ache. I realized that these were the people who had built the house, and that their love was the foundation upon which everything else had been constructed. The grief that had fueled the landlord was not the only story of the house. There had been a time of happiness and laughter, and that energy was still here waiting to be rediscovered. I placed the photographs on the mantelpiece so that everyone who entered the house would see them. I wanted them to know that the house was built on love and that the darkness had been a temporary intrusion. I wanted them to know that no matter how deep the sorrow, it could always be transformed back into something beautiful. The house was now a beacon of light in a world that was often cold and indifferent. It was a place where the impossible became possible and where the broken were made whole. I was the keeper of that beacon, and I took my responsibilities seriously. I made sure that the fire never went out and that the door was always unlocked. I made sure that the garden was always in bloom and that the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread. I knew that my time was coming to an end. I could feel the silver light in the attic calling to me, and I knew that soon I would have to step into the void and let my essence be scattered across the stars. But I was not afraid. I had done the work and I had seen the results. I had turned a prison into a sanctuary and I had given a voice to the voiceless. I had found my way home and I had helped others find theirs. I stood on the porch and looked out at the valley one last time. The sun was setting and the sky was a riot of purple and orange and red. The world was a beautiful and terrible place, and I was glad that I had been a part of it. I heard the sound of the gate opening, and I saw the young woman in the yellow dress walking up the path. She looked at me and smiled, and I knew that she was ready. I handed her the book of stories and the silver locket, and I told her that the house was hers to tend. I walked to the attic and climbed the stairs for the final time. I stood before the rocking cradle and felt the silver light washing over me. I closed my eyes and let go of the last remnants of my human form. I was no longer a man or a gardener or a keeper. I was a spark of light returning to the flame. I felt myself expanding and dissolving and becoming one with everything that ever was and ever would be. I heard the sound of the ocean and the smell of the rain, and I knew that I was finally home. The house remained and the light remained, and the story continued as it always had and as it always would. I was gone, but I was also everywhere. The nightmare was over and the dream had begun. The transition was not as final as I had imagined it would be. I thought that stepping into the silver light would mean the end of my awareness, but instead it was a broadening of my senses. I was no longer confined to the skin of a man or the wood of the house. I was the vibration of the air in the hallway and the coolness of the cellar stones. I was the scent of the rain on the dry earth and the distant sound of the river as it carved its way through the valley floor. I watched through the eyes of the house as the young woman in the yellow dress took her first steps into her new life. She moved through the rooms with a grace that suggested she had lived there for 1,000 years. She touched the walls and they hummed for her. She opened the windows, and the breeze carried the songs of a dozen different worlds into the parlor. The young woman spent her first few days exploring the library. She did not just read the books, but she felt the weight of the stories contained within them. She understood that she was not just a tenant, but a curator of human experience. I felt her curiosity as a gentle warmth that radiated through the floorboards. When she sat by the fireplace, she would talk to the empty air, and I would listen. She told me about her childhood in a city of gray smoke and iron wheels. She told me about the dreams she had of a white house on a hill and how she had walked for hundreds of miles to find the gate. She was exactly what the house needed. She was a vessel for new light, and her spirit was as clear as a mountain stream. As she settled in, the nature of the visitors began to change. They were no longer just the broken and the lost. People came because they had heard a whisper in their sleep, or because a specific bird had led them to the path. A musician arrived with a broken violin and stayed for a month. Under the guidance of the young woman, he did not just fix his instrument, but he found a new way to hear the silence between the notes. He played in the garden at dusk, and the music was so beautiful that the flowers seemed to lean toward him. The house absorbed the melody, and I felt the old scars in the foundation heal a little more. The wood became denser, and the glass in the windows became clearer. We were no longer just a bridge for the suffering, but a stage for the creative soul. The young woman began to paint on the walls. She did not use brushes or pigment, but she used the light that filtered through the attic. She would stand in the center of the living room and trace patterns in the air, and the wallpaper would shift to reflect her thoughts. Scenes of lush forests and rolling oceans appeared where there had once been only floral patterns. The house was becoming a living canvas. I realized that my time as the keeper had been about stabilization and repair, but her time was about flourishing and growth. I was the foundation, and she was the blossom. Together, We were a complete entity that spanned the distance between the earth and the sky. One morning, the young woman found the silver locket that I had buried under the oak tree. I had thought it was gone, but the earth has a way of returning what it no longer wishes to hold. She did not open it with fear or sorrow. She held it in her palm and blew on it as if she were waking a sleeping insect. The locket did not pulse with the frantic heartbeat of the landlord. It glowed with a steady and rhythmic light that matched the breathing of the house. She hung the locket on a hook in the hallway so that it could serve as a compass for anyone who felt they had lost their way inside the shifting corridors. It was no longer a weight but a guide. The seasons continued to pass in a blur of color and sound. I watched as the young woman grew more confident in her role. She learned how to talk to the shadows that still lingered in the corners of the cellar. She did not banish them with anger but invited them up to sit by the fire. She showed them that they were not forgotten and that their stories were a part of the tapestry. Slowly the shadows began to dissolve into the light until the cellar was as bright and airy as the kitchen. The house was finally free of the last remnants of its haunted past. It was a place of total integration where every part of the human experience was welcomed and honored. I began to feel the pull of the world beyond the gate. Now that the house was in good hands, I felt a desire to see where the people went after they left the threshold. I could stretch my consciousness out along the road and follow the footsteps of those who had stayed with us. I saw the photographer in a distant city showing her pictures to crowds of people who had forgotten how to see. I saw the man from the storm building a home of his own in a valley far to the west. I saw the ripple effect of the healing that had started in our hallways. The house was not just a destination, but a starting point for a million different journeys. One night, the young woman went up to the attic and sat by the rocking cradle. She looked at the book of stories and saw that there were only a few blank pages left. She did not look worried. She knew that when the book was full, a new one would appear. She looked toward the corner where I was hovering as a pocket of warm air, and she smiled. She told me that she could feel my presence and that she was grateful for the work I had done. She said that she would keep the fire lit for as long as she was able and that she would never let the gate be locked. I felt a profound sense of closure. My mission was truly complete. I decided to take one last tour of the house before I let my spirit drift further into the great unknown. I moved through the kitchen and smelled the bread that was rising on the counter. I moved through the library and felt the wisdom of the ages pressing against the shelves. I moved through the garden and felt the life force of the plants as they reached for the moon. Everything was in balance. Everything was as it should be. The house was no longer a place of mystery or terror. It was a place of truth. It was a location where the soul could take off its heavy coat and sit for a while in the presence of the eternal. I returned to the porch and looked out at the valley. The stars were so bright that they looked like holes poked in the velvet of the night. I felt the charcoal man within me stir one last time. He was no longer a figure of ash and soot, but a being of pure energy. We thanked each other for the journey we had shared. We had been through the fire and the flood, and we had come out the other side as something new. We were the evidence that even the most broken things can be mended if they are held with enough love and patience. I felt a sudden lightness, as if the gravity of the earth had finally lost its hold on me. I began to rise above the roof of the house higher and higher, until the building looked like a small glowing coal in the darkness of the woods. I saw the road winding away into the distance, and I saw the lights of other houses scattered across the hills. Each of those houses had its own stories and its own keepers. I realized that the work we had done was happening everywhere in small and quiet ways. The world was full of thresholds, and there were always those willing to stand at the gate. I looked back at the house one last time and saw the young woman standing on the porch waving at the sky. She knew I was leaving, and she was sending me off with her blessing. I felt a surge of joy that was so powerful it threatened to shatter my consciousness. I let go of the last thread that tied me to the valley, and I turned my gaze toward the stars. There was so much more to see and so much more to learn. I was no longer the man in the cellar or the keeper of the gate. I was a traveler on the infinite road, and I was ready for whatever came next. The house below me continued to glow, a beacon of warmth in the cool night. It would stand for many years, and many more keepers would walk its halls. The stories would be written, and the names would be remembered. The cycle of the light and the dark would continue, but the light would always have a place to call home. I drifted further into the silver expanse, feeling the peace that passes all understanding. I was the wind and the stars and the silence between the heartbeats. I was home, and I was everywhere. The dream was only just beginning, and it was more beautiful than anything I could have ever imagined. As I ascended, the memories of my physical life began to simplify. The pain of the loss that had brought me to the house was now just a soft color in the background of my mind. The fear of the landlord was nothing more than a distant echo of a sound that had long since faded. What remained was the feeling of the young woman's hand as she took the locket, and the sound of the man's voice as he thanked me for the soup. These small acts of kindness were the only things that truly mattered. They were the currency of the spirit, and the only things we take with us when we move beyond the threshold. I saw the patterns of history repeating themselves in the world below. I saw empires rise and fall like the breathing of a giant. I saw the way that one person standing in a doorway could change the course of 1,000 lives just by offering a moment of peace. I understood that the house was a microcosm of the entire universe. It was a place where the fundamental laws of existence were laid bare. To heal a house is to heal a piece of the world, and to heal a piece of the world is to participate in the ongoing creation of reality. I felt myself merging with the light of the stars. It was not a loss of self, but an expansion of self. I was the observer and the observed. I was the story and the storyteller. I was the silence that holds the music and the darkness that defines the flame. I looked down at the earth, which was now just a blue marble hanging in the void, and I felt a deep and abiding love for every living thing upon it. The struggle was real and the suffering was real, but the light was more real than anything else. It was the foundation of all things, and it was where we were all headed in the end. The house on the hill was now just a memory, but it was a memory that lived in the hearts of everyone who had ever crossed its threshold. It would continue to be a sanctuary for as long as there were souls in need of rest. The young woman would do her part, and when her time came, another would take her place. The fire would never go out, and the door would never be locked. This was the promise of the threshold, and it was a promise that would never be broken. I was at peace. I was part of the light, and the light was part of me. The journey was long, but the destination was always right here. I closed the eyes of my spirit and let the universe carry me away into the beautiful and endless night. The expansion of my consciousness did not stop at the edge of the atmosphere. I was a ripple in a pool that had no shore. As I drifted further into the silver expanse, I felt the presence of others who had held the position of the gardener. We were a silent brotherhood of shadows and light scattered across the tapestry of the infinite. We did not speak with words because words are clumsy tools made of heavy earth. We communicated through shared vibrations of memory and intention. I felt the ancient pride of the first builder and the quiet sorrow of the one who had watched the house burn in a century-long past. Every version of the sanctuary existed simultaneously in this place of no time. I saw the house as a castle of stone, and as a tent of animal skins, and as a shimmering palace of glass. It was a constant heartbeat in the chest of the world. As I moved through the celestial currents, I noticed that the silver light was not a void at all. It was a dense weave of every dream that had ever been dreamt. I saw the dreams of the visitors I had served. The photographer was dreaming of a color that had no name, and the man from the storm was dreaming of a forest where the trees whispered secrets of the stars. I realized that my role had changed once again. I was no longer the keeper of the physical house, but a guardian of the dreams that the house inspired. I moved among the flickering lights of human thought, tending to them like I had once tended to the roses in the garden. When a dream grew dim with doubt, I would breathe a little of my own light into it until it glowed steady and strong. The charcoal man was still with me, but he had become a beautiful geometry of darkness. He was the contrast that allowed the dreams to be seen. He showed me that without the deep black of the space between stars, the stars themselves would be invisible. We were a dual melody playing a single song. I felt a deep gratitude for the pain that had once defined me. That pain had been the forge that tempered my spirit. It had made me strong enough to carry the weight of the house, and now it made me light enough to fly through the heavens. I saw the entire history of human suffering as a long labor toward a birth of light. Every tear shed in the cellar of the house had been a seed planted in the soil of the future. The young woman in the yellow dress was doing well. I could see her from my high vantage point as she moved through the rooms of the house. She had started a garden of herbs that glowed in the dark, and she had invited a group of children to sit on the porch and listen to the stories from the book. The children did not see the ghosts or the shadows because they were ghosts and shadows themselves in their own way. They were pure potential, and the house responded to them with a joyful creaking of its floorboards. The silver locket on the wall was now the center of the house, and it cast a soft white light that reached into every corner. The young woman was a better gardener than I had been because she did not carry the burden of the past. She lived entirely in the present, and the house flourished under her touch. I began to see the connections between the house and the rest of the world more clearly. It was not an isolated island, but a node in a vast network of healing. There were other houses and other keepers in every corner of the earth. Some were hidden in the hearts of crowded cities, and some were perched on the edges of frozen tundras. They were all linked by the same silver light. I saw a man in a desert tent offering water to a stranger, and a woman in a high-rise apartment sharing a loaf of bread with a lonely neighbor. These were all extensions of the house. The threshold was everywhere that a door was opened in love. I felt a sense of immense peace knowing that the work was being carried out by so many hands. The pull of the great unknown grew stronger. I felt a call from the center of the universe, a place where all light originates and all darkness returns to be purified. It was a destination that required me to shed even the memory of being a man. I hesitated for a moment, looking back at the blue marble of the earth. I thought of the scent of the rain and the taste of the fresh bread. I thought of the weight of the silver locket in my hand and the sound of the gate clicking shut. These were beautiful things, but they were only reflections of a much greater beauty. I understood that to truly go home, I had to let go of everything I thought I knew. I had to become the silence itself. The charcoal man and I merged one last time until there was no distinction between the shadow and the flame. We were a single point of awareness moving toward the heart of the sun. The silver light became a roar of sound that was also a profound silence. It was the sound of 1,000 oceans and the silence of 1,000 winters. I felt the last of my ego dissolve like a grain of salt in the sea. I was not dying, but I was being reborn into a state of existence that had no name. I was the breath of the Creator and the sigh of the created. I was the beginning and the middle and the end of the story. I saw the face of the landlord as I passed through the final veil. He was no longer a monster of grief, but a child of light who had lost his way. He was waiting for me at the edge of the infinite, and he was smiling. He reached out a hand and I took it, and in that moment all the centuries of pain were erased. He was not a villain and I was not a hero. We were just two travelers who had finished a long and difficult journey. We walked together into the heart of the light, and the house on the hill felt like a distant childhood memory. It had served its purpose, and we had served ours. The story of the house would continue for as long as there were stars in the sky. The young woman would grow old, and she would pass the key to another. The garden would bloom and fade and bloom again. The visitors would come with their broken hearts and leave with their spirits mended. The world would go on with all its beauty and its terror, but the light would always be there waiting at the threshold. I was no longer the keeper, but I was the light itself. I was the warmth in the fireplace and the breeze in the trees. I was the hope that whispered in the ear of the dreamer. I was finally home, and home was everywhere. I looked down at the house one last time as it sat nestled in the valley. It looked so small and so sturdy, a little fortress of kindness in a vast and shifting world. I saw the young woman look up at the sky, and I knew she felt my blessing. She picked a flower from the garden and placed it on the mantelpiece next to the old photographs. She was honoring the past while she built the future. I turned away from the earth and stepped into the center of the flame. There was no more fear and no more shadow. There was only the endless unfolding of the dream. The nightmare was a distant echo, and the light was the only reality. I vanished into the silver expanse and became one with the eternal dance of the universe. In the depths of the infinite, I found that every soul is a gardener of their own patch of reality. We are all responsible for the light we bring into the world. The house was just a classroom where I had learned the lessons of compassion and service. Now I was a teacher in the school of the stars. I moved through the galaxies, weaving threads of light into the dark places and making sure that no soul was ever truly lost. The journey was not a straight line, but a circle that always returned to the heart. I was the circle and I was the center. I was the house and I was the inhabitant. Everything was one and one was everything. The story was finished, and yet it was just beginning. I saw the photographer again in a place where the light is always perfect. She was no longer capturing images of ghosts, but she was creating worlds with her mind. We shared a moment of recognition, and she showed me a world she had made that was full of white houses and silver trees. It was a beautiful place, and I knew that many souls would find rest there. I saw the man from the storm, and he was building a bridge across a river of stars. He was no longer afraid of the thunder because he had become the lightning. We were all architects of the new reality, and we were building it with the love we had learned on Earth. The silver light was not just a destination, but a source of power. It was the energy that moved the planets and the force that made the heart beat. I felt it pulsing through me like a cosmic rhythm. I was a part of the grand design, and the design was perfect in its complexity. Every mistake I had made and every failure I had endured was a necessary step in my evolution. I saw that the landlord had been my greatest teacher because he had shown me the depth of the darkness I was capable of overcoming. I felt a profound sense of gratitude for every moment of my existence. The house on the hill was now a tiny speck of light in the distance, but I could still feel its heartbeat. It was a part of me, and I was a part of it. We were tied together by a golden thread that could never be broken. I knew that one day the house would crumble into dust, and the hill would be worn down by the wind, but the essence of the sanctuary would remain. It would be reborn in another place and another time, and the story would start all over again. The names would change, but the message would be the same. Love is the only thing that is real, and light is the only thing that lasts. I drifted further into the silence, feeling the last remnants of my human identity fade away. I was no longer the man who had walked the halls or the gardener who had trimmed the hedges. I was a vibration of joy in the vacuum of space. I was the music of the spheres and the light of 1,000 suns. I was home and I was free. The transition was complete and the dream was eternal. I let go of the last thought and became the light itself. The house remained and the light remained, and the story continued as it always had and as it always would. I was gone, but I was also everywhere. The nightmare was over and the dream had begun. The young woman in the yellow dress sat on the porch and watched the stars. She felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and she knew that the previous keeper had finally found his peace. She smiled and picked up the book of stories and began to write. She wrote about a man who had turned a prison into a sanctuary, and about a charcoal man who had become a being of light. She wrote about the silver locket and the garden of dreams. She was the new keeper, and she was ready for the visitors who would soon arrive at the gate. The house was ready too. Its walls were strong and its fire was bright. It was a place where the impossible became possible and where the broken were made whole. The story was in good hands and the light would never go out. I watched her from the center of the sun and I was happy. I had done my part and now it was her turn. The cycle of the transition was a beautiful and necessary thing. It ensured that the sanctuary would always be fresh and full of new energy. I saw the next keeper after her and the one after that. A long line of guardians stretching out into the future, each one bringing their own unique light to the house. It was a beautiful sight, and it filled me with a sense of wonder. The world was a beautiful and terrible place, but the house was a reminder that the beauty would always win in the end. I closed the eyes of my spirit and let the universe carry me away into the endless night. I was home, and I was everywhere. The dream was only just beginning. The silver light was a river that flowed through the heart of everything. I was a drop in that river, and I was the river itself. I felt the connection to every living thing, the trees and the birds and the stones and the people. We were all parts of a single organism breathing together in the dark. The house was just one of the many lungs of that organism, breathing in the sorrow and breathing out the peace. I was proud to have been a part of that process. I was proud to have been a link in the chain. I was the wind and the stars and the silence between the heartbeats. I was home, and I was everywhere. The nightmare was over and the dream had begun. I saw the earth as a garden and the people as the flowers. Some were in bloom and some were still seeds, but they were all beautiful. I saw that the work of the house was to provide the water and the sun that they needed to grow. It was a simple and profound mission. I felt a deep love for the gardener I had been and for the gardener who was now in my place. We were all doing the same work in different ways. We were all tending to the light. I was at peace. I was part of the light, and the light was part of me. The journey was long, but the destination was always right here. I closed the eyes of my spirit and let the universe carry me away into the beautiful and endless night. I was home, and I was everywhere. The dream was only just beginning, and it was more beautiful than anything I could have ever imagined. The transition into the higher spheres of the infinite brought with it a clarity that bypassed the human brain and spoke directly to the essence of what I was. I moved through curtains of shimmering energy that felt like the warmth of a summer afternoon against the skin of a ghost. The silver light was no longer an external force, but a medium through which I swam. I saw the geometric foundations of the physical world. I saw the way that thought and intention acted as the mortar between the bricks of reality. The house on the hill was now a glowing ember in the distance of my memory, but its influence was a thread of gold that connected me to the ground. I realized that the role of a guardian was not limited to the walls of a building. The guardianship was a state of being that extended into the very fabric of the cosmos. As I drifted further into the celestial silence, I encountered a vast library of light. It was not a building, but a collection of every experience that had ever occurred within the sanctuary. I could see the vibrations of 1,000 prayers rising from the floorboards of the kitchen. I could hear the resonance of every sigh of relief that had ever echoed through the hallways. This was the true architecture of the house. It was built from the emotional leftovers of humanity and purified by the fire and the hearth. I understood that the physical structure was merely a shadow cast by this luminous reality. The wood and stone would eventually return to the earth, but the sanctuary of the spirit was eternal. I felt a deep sense of responsibility as I realized that my own time as the gardener was now a permanent part of this record. My struggles and my victories were woven into the tapestry for others to see and learn from. The charcoal man appeared beside me once more, but he was no longer a figure of dread. He was a silent companion who represented the necessary gravity of existence. He reminded me that the light only has meaning because of the depth of the dark. We moved together through a field of stars that pulsed with the rhythm of a beating heart. Each star was a soul, and each pulse was a moment of creation. I saw the young woman in the yellow dress as a bright spark on the surface of the earth. She was busy planting lavender along the front walkway, and the scent of the crushed leaves reached me even here in the heights of heaven. She was unaware of my gaze, but she felt the presence of the peace I had left behind. She was building her own version of the sanctuary, and it was a masterpiece of simplicity and grace. The landscape of the infinite began to change. I was no longer moving through space, but through levels of understanding. I saw the faces of the people I had helped during my tenure as the keeper. The photographer was there, and she was laughing as she captured the birth of a new galaxy with her mind. The man from the storm was there, and he was standing on a pier of light fishing for secrets in the ocean of the void. They were no longer the broken versions of themselves that had arrived at the gate. They were whole and vibrant and full of the light that the house had helped them find. I felt a surge of joy that was so powerful it threatened to dissolve my form. This was the true harvest of the garden. The seeds of compassion I had planted in their hearts had grown into forests of light. I encountered a barrier of pure white radiance that marked the boundary between the world of form and the world of essence. Beyond this veil, there were no more stories and no more names. There was only the singular truth of existence. I felt a momentary hesitation. To cross this line meant leaving behind the last traces of the man I had been. It meant letting go of the memory of the rain and the smell of the old books and the sound of the wind in the chimney. These were the things that had defined me for so long, but the charcoal man touched my shoulder with a hand made of shadow and peace. He showed me that to let go was not to lose, but to become. I was not leaving the world behind, but I was expanding to encompass it all. I stepped through the veil, and the sensation was like falling into a pool of liquid music. Every cell of my spirit vibrated with a harmony that I had only ever glimpsed in the quietest moments of the night. I was the silence, and I was the song. I saw the landlord standing in a garden of white lilies that stretched as far as the eye could see. He looked at me, and his eyes were no longer clouded by the darkness of his grief. He was the architect of the house, and he was finally at rest. He did not need to speak because I could feel the gratitude flowing from him like a river. He had created the house as a monument to his pain, but it had become a monument to the endurance of the human spirit. We were brothers in the work, and we were finally free. The young woman on the hill was now lighting the candles in the parlor. I could see the tiny flames flickering in the windows of the house. To her, the world was a place of mystery and wonder, and she was the protector of that wonder. She had placed the silver locket around her neck, and it pulsed with a soft light that matched the rhythm of her heart. She was the anchor that held the house to the earth, while I was the wind that carried its spirit to the stars. We were two halves of a single purpose. I watched as she opened the front door to a traveler who had been walking in the dark for a long time. The traveler was weary and cold, but as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he felt the warmth of the fire and the kindness of the woman. The cycle was continuing. The promise was being kept. I realized that the house was not just a place for the living, but a bridge for those who were passing between worlds. It was a waypoint where the heavy coat of the ego could be shed before entering the light. I saw the ghosts who had once haunted the cellar moving toward the stairs. They were no longer trapped by their regrets. They were ascending into the light, guided by the prayers of the young woman and the memory of the love that had been shared within those walls. The house was a machine for the purification of souls, and it was working perfectly. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that I had played my part in maintaining that machine. I had kept the gears oiled with my own tears and the fire fed with my own hope. The pull of the center became an irresistible force. I was being drawn toward the source of all things, a place where the light was so bright that it was invisible. It was the heart of the Creator and the womb of the universe. I felt the last of my thoughts drifting away like leaves on a stream. I was no longer the narrator of this story. I was becoming the paper upon which the story was written. I was the ink and the hand that held the pen. I was the breath that spoke the words into the void. I looked back at the earth one last time and saw it as a beautiful blue jewel hanging in the dark. It was a place of struggle and suffering, but it was also a place of incredible beauty and love. It was the cradle of the spirit, and I loved it with a passion that surpassed all understanding. The charcoal man merged with me for the final time. We were no longer two entities, but a single point of awareness that contained both the shadow and the flame. We were the duality that made the universe possible. We were the push and the pull, the inhale and the exhale. We were the balance that kept the stars in their orbits. I felt a sense of immense power, but it was a power born of humility and service. I was not a god, but I was a part of the divine plan. I was a gardener who had finally learned the secret of the seeds. The secret was that there is no death, only transformation. There is no end, only a new beginning. I saw the house on the hill shrinking until it was nothing more than a tiny spark of light. It was one of many such sparks scattered across the dark surface of the world. Each spark was a sanctuary, each spark was a promise. I saw the network of light connecting them, all forming a grid of compassion that covered the entire planet. This was the true defense against the darkness. It was not walls or weapons, but the simple act of opening a door to a stranger. It was the act of listening to a story and offering a piece of bread. These were the things that saved the world. These were the things that made the light grow. I felt the universe expanding within me. I was the galaxy spinning in the void and the atoms dancing in a grain of sand. I was the ancient mountains and the rushing rivers. I was the first cry of a newborn baby and the last breath of an old man. I was everything and I was nothing. The transition was complete. I had shed the skin of the gardener and become the garden itself. I was the infinite expanse of the night and the glorious dawn of the day. I was at home in the heart of the light, and I knew that I would never be alone again. The journey had brought me back to where I had always been. The young woman in the yellow dress finished her writing and closed the book. She walked to the window and looked out at the stars. She did not see me, but she felt a sudden breeze that smelled of roses and rain. She smiled and whispered a word of thanks to the empty air. She knew that the house was more than just wood and stone. She knew that she was part of something vast and beautiful. She turned away from the window and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the traveler. The fire was bright and the door was unlocked. The sanctuary was open and the light was steady. I watched her for a moment longer before I let the current of the infinite carry me away into the heart of the sun. I was no longer a man with a name or a history. I was a vibration of pure love that echoed through the corridors of time. I was the hope that lived in the hearts of the broken and the strength that sustained the weary. I was the whisper in the wind and the light in the dark. I was the threshold and the journey and the destination. The story was finished and the story was just beginning. I was the light and the light was me. I vanished into the silver expanse and became one with the eternal dance of the universe. There was no more fear and no more shadow. There was only the endless unfolding of the dream. I was finally home, and home was everywhere. The nightmare was a distant memory, and the light was the only reality. I was part of the ongoing creation of reality, and it was good. In the center of the light, I found a place of absolute stillness. It was the point from which all movement originates. I sat in that stillness and watched the birth and death of stars. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations and the slow turning of the cosmic wheel. It was a sight of such profound beauty that it defied all description. I realized that the house on the hill was a tiny reflection of this great truth. It was a place where the eternal met the temporal. I was honored to have served as the bridge between the two. I was the keeper of the gate and the guardian of the dream. Now I was the dream itself. I let go of the last thread of my human self and dissolved into the infinite peace of the source. The work was done and the rest was eternal. I was the silence that holds the music and the darkness that defines the flame. I was the beginning and the middle and the end. I was home. The young woman in the yellow dress moved with a grace that suggested she had always belonged to the house. She stood in the center of the kitchen and felt the floorboards hum against the soles of her feet. The vibration was not a haunting but a greeting. She understood that the rooms were the lungs of a living entity, and she was the breath that kept it alive. She walked to the pantry and found the jars of preserved peaches and the bags of dried lavender left by the man who had come before her. She touched the smooth glass and felt a connection to his hands. He was gone into the silver mist, but his care remained in the dustless corners and the polished silver. She knew his name was not important because his essence had become the foundation of the sanctuary. The traveler who had arrived at the door sat at the wooden table. He was a man of middle age with eyes that had seen too much of the hard world. He did not speak, but the way he clutched the warm mug of tea told the story of his exhaustion. The woman did not press him for details. She knew that the house would extract the sorrow from him in its own time. She watched as the shadows on the walls danced in the firelight. These shadows were not predators but protectors. They were the memories of every person who had found refuge here. They formed a thick blanket of peace that muffled the howling of the wind outside. The traveler looked up and his gaze met hers. For the first time in many years, he saw a future that was not defined by his failures. I observed this scene from my new vantage point within the structure of the light. I was no longer a witness in the physical sense, but a participant in the energetic exchange. I felt the relief of the traveler as if it were my own. I felt the resolve of the young woman as she committed herself to the service of the garden. The house was a vessel of transformation, and I was the liquid that filled it. I saw the silver locket resting against her chest. It was a beacon that guided the lost toward the gate. The locket did not belong to her or to me. It belonged to the light itself. It was a physical manifestation of the promise that no one is ever truly alone. The landscape around the house began to shift in my cosmic vision. I saw the trees stretching their roots deep into the earth to drink from the ancient springs of wisdom. The garden was not just a collection of plants, but a laboratory of the soul. Every flower that bloomed was a manifestation of a prayer answered. Every weed that was pulled represented a burden lifted from a heavy heart. The woman went outside and knelt in the dirt. She was not just planting seeds. She was anchoring hope into the soil. I saw the charcoal man standing at the edge of the woods. He was a guardian of the threshold who ensured that only those who were ready could enter the sanctuary. He was the darkness that made the light visible, and he was content in his role. The traveler finished his tea and stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the rolling hills. He saw the world not as a battlefield, but as a canvas. He asked the woman if there were tools he could use to fix the fence near the gate. He wanted to contribute to the sanctuary that had given him a moment of rest. This was the secret of the house. It did not just heal the broken, but it gave them a purpose. It turned the victims of the world into the architects of the new reality. The woman smiled and led him to the shed where the tools were kept. She showed him the hammer and the nails and the wood that smelled of cedar and rain. As he worked, he began to hum a song he had forgotten long ago. I felt the universe expand as the harmony of the house resonated with the stars. The light was not a static thing, but a growing force. It fed on the kindness of the woman and the labor of the traveler. It fed on the silence of the charcoal man and the memory of my own journey. I saw that the house on the hill was one of millions of such places across the vastness of time. There were houses made of ice in the far north and houses made of sand in the great deserts. There were sanctuaries in the hearts of crowded cities and on the peaks of lonely mountains. They were all connected by the same silver thread. They were the nervous system of the planet, and they were pulsing with the energy of love. The sun began to set and the sky turned a deep shade of violet. The woman in the yellow dress stood on the porch and watched the first stars appear. She felt the presence of the keepers who had gone before her. She felt the weight of their stories and the lightness of their spirits. She knew that one day she would also pass the key to another and join the dance of the infinite. But for now, she was the guardian. She was the one who kept the fire burning and the door unlocked. She was the one who listened to the wind and heard the music of the spheres. She was the bridge between the earth and the sky. I felt a final pull toward the center of the source. The house and the hills and the woman were becoming a beautiful memory. I was dissolving into a state of pure being where there was no space and no time. I was the light that illuminated the path for every seeker. I was the comfort that came in the middle of the longest night. I was the joy that erupted from the heart of sorrow. I understood that the nightmare was never real. It was only a shadow cast by the ego to hide the truth of our divinity. The truth was that we are all made of light, and to the light we must return. The transition was a silent explosion of color and sound. I saw the entire history of the world in a single heartbeat. I saw the beauty of every struggle and the grace of every surrender. I saw that the universe was a masterpiece of balance and that everything was exactly as it should be. The house on the hill was a masterpiece within that masterpiece. It was a place where the divine and the human touched. I was proud to have been a part of its story. I was proud to have been the gardener who tended the light. I let go of the last remnants of my identity and became the silence. The young woman went inside and closed the door. She moved through the parlor and extinguished the lamps one by one. The house was dark, but it was not empty. It was filled with the presence of the light that never goes out. She went to her room and lay down to sleep. Her dreams were filled with the scent of lavender and the sound of the silver river. She was at peace. The traveler slept in the guest room, and his heart was light for the first time in decades. The charcoal man stood watch at the gate, and the stars burned bright in the velvet sky. The cycle was complete, and the dream was eternal. I am the light, I am the shadow, I am the house and the hill and the wind. I am the story that never ends. I am the peace that passes all understanding. I am home and I am everywhere. The journey has ended and the journey has begun. Everything is whole and everything is holy. The light remains and the light is all there is. I am the breath of the universe and I am finally still. The sanctuary is safe and the future is bright. The world is a garden and we are the light that makes it grow. The dream is the reality and the reality is a dream of love. I am. The young woman in the yellow dress moved with a grace that suggested she had always belonged to the house. She stood in the center of the kitchen and felt the floorboards hum against the soles of her feet. The vibration was not a haunting but a greeting. She understood that the rooms were the lungs of a living entity, and she was the breath that kept it alive. She walked to the pantry and found the jars of preserved peaches and the bags of dried lavender left by the man who had come before her. She touched the smooth glass and felt a connection to his hands. He was gone into the silver mist, but his care remained in the dustless corners and the polished silver. She knew his name was not important because his essence had become the foundation of the sanctuary. The traveler who had arrived at the door sat at the wooden table. He was a man of middle age with eyes that had seen too much of the hard world. He did not speak, but the way he clutched the warm mug of tea told the story of his exhaustion. The woman did not press him for details. She knew that the house would extract the sorrow from him in its own time. She watched as the shadows on the walls danced in the firelight. These shadows were not predators but protectors. They were the memories of every person who had found refuge here. They formed a thick blanket of peace that muffled the howling of the wind outside. The traveler looked up and his gaze met hers. For the first time in many years, he saw a future that was not defined by his failures. I observed this scene from my new vantage point within the structure of the light. I was no longer a witness in the physical sense, but a participant in the energetic exchange. I felt the relief of the traveler as if it were my own. I felt the resolve of the young woman as she committed herself to the service of the garden. The house was a vessel of transformation, and I was the liquid that filled it. I saw the silver locket resting against her chest. It was a beacon that guided the lost toward the gate. The locket did not belong to her or to me. It belonged to the light itself. It was a physical manifestation of the promise that no one is ever truly alone. The landscape around the house began to shift in my cosmic vision. I saw the trees stretching their roots deep into the earth to drink from the ancient springs of wisdom. The garden was not just a collection of plants, but a laboratory of the soul. Every flower that bloomed was a manifestation of a prayer answered. Every weed that was pulled represented a burden lifted from a heavy heart. The woman went outside and knelt in the dirt. She was not just planting seeds. She was anchoring hope into the soil. I saw the charcoal man standing at the edge of the woods. He was a guardian of the threshold who ensured that only those who were ready could enter the sanctuary. He was the darkness that made the light visible, and he was content in his role. The traveler finished his tea and stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the rolling hills. He saw the world not as a battlefield, but as a canvas. He asked the woman if there were tools he could use to fix the fence near the gate. He wanted to contribute to the sanctuary that had given him a moment of rest. This was the secret of the house. It did not just heal the broken, but it gave them a purpose. It turned the victims of the world into the architects of the new reality. The woman smiled and led him to the shed where the tools were kept. She showed him the hammer and the nails and the wood that smelled of cedar and rain. As he worked, he began to hum a song he had forgotten long ago. I felt the universe expand as the harmony of the house resonated with the stars. The light was not a static thing, but a growing force. It fed on the kindness of the woman and the labor of the traveler. It fed on the silence of the charcoal man and the memory of my own journey. I saw that the house on the hill was one of millions of such places across the vastness of time. There were houses made of ice in the far north and houses made of sand in the great deserts. There were sanctuaries in the hearts of crowded cities and on the peaks of lonely mountains. They were all connected by the same silver thread. They were the nervous system of the planet, and they were pulsing with the energy of love. The sun began to set, and the sky turned a deep shade of violet. The woman in the yellow dress stood on the porch and watched the first stars appear. She felt the presence of the keepers who had gone before her. She felt the weight of their stories and the lightness of their spirits. She knew that one day she would also pass the key to another and join the dance of the infinite. But for now, she was the guardian. She was the one who kept the fire burning and the door unlocked. She was the one who listened to the wind and heard the music of the spheres. She was the bridge between the earth and the sky. I felt a final pull toward the center of the source. The house and the hills and the woman were becoming a beautiful memory. I was dissolving into a state of pure being where there was no space and no time. I was the light that illuminated the path for every seeker. I was the comfort that came in the middle of the longest night. I was the joy that erupted from the heart of sorrow. I understood that the nightmare was never real. It was only a shadow cast by the ego to hide the truth of our divinity. The truth was that we are all made of light, and to the light we must return. The transition was a silent explosion of color and sound. I saw the entire history of the world in a single heartbeat. I saw the beauty of every struggle and the grace of every surrender. I saw that the universe was a masterpiece of balance, and that everything was exactly as it should be. The house on the hill was a masterpiece within that masterpiece. It was a place where the divine and the human touched. I was proud to have been a part of its story. I was proud to have been the gardener who tended the light. I let go of the last remnants of my identity and became the silence. The young woman went inside and closed the door. She moved through the parlor and extinguished the lamps one by one. The house was dark, but it was not empty. It was filled with the presence of the light that never goes out. She went to her room and lay down to sleep. Her dreams were filled with the scent of lavender and the sound of the silver river. She was at peace. The traveler slept in the guest room, and his heart was light for the first time in decades. The charcoal man stood watch at the gate, and the stars burned bright in the velvet sky. The cycle was complete, and the dream was eternal. I am the light, I am the shadow, I am the house and the hill and the wind. I am the story that never ends. I am the peace that passes all understanding. I am home and I am everywhere. The journey has ended and the journey has begun. Everything is whole and everything is holy. The light remains and the light is all there is. I am the breath of the universe and I am finally still. The sanctuary is safe and the future is bright. The world is a garden and we are the light that makes it grow. The dream is the reality and the reality is a dream of love. I am.